T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Has your child completed his or her suspicious activity booklet? Don't let this summer go to waste. The enemy's preparing their children, are you? Time to show them who's boss. Moloch demands fresh blood to maintain the appetite of his mechanical heart.
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Hey, Kenny, stop hitting yourself in the face. 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 Oh man, I couldn't think of a title this morning, and all I could think about, I was sitting there. I mean, there's a lot of times where in the mornings I come up with the titles at the last minute, and I couldn't stop thinking about like how as a big brother, I used to play that game with the little brother all the time when you're beating up on him. You're just grab him by the wrists, you start punching themselves in the face. Stop hitting yourself in the face. Oh man. Those are the days. I hope my brother has fond memories of those things as much as I do, because I had a good time. I don't think he did, but whatever. Oh man, I feel like that's what we're doing though here. We're basically like grabbing hedge funds by the wrists and hitting themselves in the face and going, "Hey, stop hitting your." Oh man. Good morning to you guys. All right, the big topic everybody's going to be talking about is Astro, 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 Astro. Say that a couple times real fast and it starts to sound like something in particular, but I'm going to tell you guys something. It's the same thing that it's always been, guys. Like if they start moving away from the community and start saying something completely different and you don't agree with it, you don't have to watch. You don't have to watch. It's your choice. You get to choose whether you're going to watch or you're not going to watch. That's that's what this is all about, really. What are you going to support and what are you not going to support? And if somebody's getting behind something that you don't support and you think that's not the right way, then just stop watching. Because guess what? Your numbers make a difference. Absolutely. Your numbers make an absolute difference in this community. When you guys decide to support something, you have power. You have absolute power. So you have to take a stand and decide what are you going to back and what are you not going to back. If you don't agree with what somebody's saying and you think it's like just completely wrong, don't watch. Stop watching. It'll make a difference. It will absolutely make a difference. Watch those people. I guarantee you if Astro watched his entire subscribership just completely leave, how much he would start changing his tune when he started seeing a drop off in his numbers. His entire tune would completely change. It would tell you a lot about his character and what it is that he stands for. What does he truly believe? And if he's had this long of a time to struggle to put it into words, a guy who has no lack of them, I don't know. I don't know what to say. That was probably like one of the most profound things that he had to say is that he's felt this way for such a long time and hasn't had the ability to put it into words. Or was he just not brave enough to say it because he didn't want to watch the money disappear? Which was it? What's the truth here? You either believe or you don't believe. It is what it is. I don't really care. I don't watch them, so it doesn't really matter to me. I knew a long time ago when there was about three individuals in particular, YouTubers, all kind of started getting behind the idea that we should start buying puts, and then found out that they were buying or they were selling puts as they were telling everybody to buy puts, and he was one of the three. So when I find out information like that, I cut him off. I cut him off right at the root, and I say, "That's it, done. Bye. See ya. Out of here. Don't want to have anything to do with you." You don't sit there and tell people to buy something while you sell it. Ain't cool. So, anyways, I'm just gonna keep on being me. You guys keep on being you. We'll make history. Let's see here. It is 6:15. I got about 5 more minutes before I can update the data. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my broker real quick here and clean the glasses. Just remember, guys, you have power. You have all the power. You guys get to decide. You guys get to make the decisions. You get to decide to call the shots. You get to decide who you're going to agree with, who you're not going to agree with. But ultimately, you have the power. What does Bob Ross have to say? What does Bobblehead Ross have to say about this? Let's see what he says. Bobblehead Ross, what can you give us some insight into this? This is totally random, guys. I have no idea what he's going to say.
This be a good place for my little squirrel to live.
Yeah. Astro's hair would be a good place for your squirrel to live. Man, I hadn't seen him for so long. His hair was seemed to be different. Like I don't know what it was about it that was different, but I saw the hair and I was like, is he styling it now, or like is he just not putting it back anymore? What's the deal? I don't know. I guess it's been so long since I haven't seen him that I just didn't realize that he was fluffing his hair out now. Kind of looks a little more 80s bandish kind of looking, which is cool because like the 80s stuff is back in, like Stranger Things. Because y'all know you're gonna miss. What was his name? Was his name Eddie? Y'all know you're gonna miss Eddie. I think that was his name. More coffee in the morning. American Trader says I loved Eddie. I know, man. I like at first when Eddie first got introduced. I don't know if it was this last season, if he got introduced this last season or it was the season before, but he at first I was like, what a dick. I hate that guy. And then you saw the other side of Eddie, and it was just kind of like one of those things where you're like, oh shit, I really kind of like Eddie. It's like it's one of those moments where you just kind of go like, dang it, I thought I was gonna not like this guy. I really end up liking him. I'm gonna miss Eddie too. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. It's 6:18. I'm gonna log into my. Oh, I already tried to log into my broker. I forgot to look at my phone. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in your account. It would help to set up a secondary phone just in case something happens to your primary phone. You would hate to get a code and not get it and not be able to get into your account. That would suck. But yeah. You'd have to watch Stranger Things, yo. I think it was Eddie. Hold on a second. I feel like I'm getting his name wrong here, but hold on a second. Let me just look it up. I'm really bad with names, so yeah, Eddie Munson. Eddie Munson. You can. I just typed him into Google to see what would pull up here. Interesting group of shopping for Stranger Things for Eddie, but they've got an Eddie Munson Stranger Things jeans jacket with the cut off arm sleeves for $109. Oh wait, you can get it cheaper. There's a version of it out there for $29.99 off of Amazon. Oh, there's a Hellfire Club T-shirt here too. It's a cut off midriff. That's interesting. Let's let's take a look at our numbers this morning here. Yeah, the guy with the guitar. That's Eddie. BTW brand says, "Oh, the $29.99 plastic version that came straight out of China and smells like it's got like some kind of weird chemical on it. That's the one. You got it. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's the same one. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen and we'll see what we got going for us today. Good morning, Mitch. When I have you guys on the other screen, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you're saying. So hold those personal thoughts for me, unless you want, if you want me to comment on it. Wait till you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Let's go over our numbers, starting with the top left-hand side. This is just four apes trying to narrow down price predictions on a daily basis. The total price at close for AMC plus ape. Wait, do I have this really messed up? Hold on a second. I've got yesterday's information pulled up here still, and I got to put it back. Let's see here. Get rid of this. There we go. All right. Yesterday's closing price combined between Ape and AMC was 1385. Ooh, Eric was so close to not getting it. He had 1370 to 1670, but he got it. He was 15 cents underneath. He got it within his range. So all of us get a point, a price prediction point for Monday. Last congratulations goes to Eric for winning the tiebreaker. Last Friday, he was the big wiener for the week. He gets a corn dog. Because get it? Wiener? Yeah, whatever. It was corny. I feel like I've had a little bit of extra rest. If I seem a little extra peppy today, I decided to get some extra rest so I could come out of the gates, with a good attitude today instead of being all like grumpy. I don't want to have Grumpy Casey anymore. Grumpy Casey, he's a jerk. Get rid of that guy. Who's that guy? We don't want no Grumpy Casey. Let's take a look at short exempt volume for AMC with True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. 201.5 thousand for short exempt volume. 201.5K. And Ape. Let me check Ape real quick here. I have to manually look up Ape, so it takes me a second. Let's see, had 72.8 thousand. So an increase day over day. An increase for Ape, a decrease for AMC. Let's go with, I'm going to do day over day price changes first. AMC had an increase by 2.23%, and Ape had a decrease by negative 4.69. And utilization. Utilization is showing 100% for the 19th, which is the correct day that reporting. So that's day number 155. 155 straight trading days of 100% utilization on AMC, giving us, let's see here, a total amount of shares on loan at 186. I believe that's going to end up being a little bit lower than it was the previous day, maybe about 2 million shares. We'll see here in a minute when we look at over the numbers. But our current short share interest of the free float is at 19.39%. Actually, I'll cover these numbers here in just a minute. Let's move on down to Max Payne. Max Payne yesterday was $10. I don't expect this to be going down any. So, but the question is Max Payne going to be increasing? And I'm going to say probably not. So I'm going to say it's going to still be $10. Let's refresh it. Oh, it did drop. $9.50. Max Payne is showing up at $9.50 now. Checking out, this is for the combined price of AMC and APE. Checking out off exchange. Final numbers for the day yesterday on off exchange. Let's check those out. 45.93 for off exchange, EDGX 11.78 for a grand total of 57.71% of our volume going through off exchanges, which is about 7%, like 6.5% lower than a normal day. So not a whole lot of price discovery, not as much price discovery being hidden in AMC. We did have an up day, so that may be be part of the reason why the volume was lower. More price discovery being able to be seen. Taking a look at Ape on the other hand, let's see what they had. They ended with 50.24 through the ED from the off exchange. The EDGX was at 13.29. And the grand total for that was 63.53, which is about a 0.5% lower than a normal day, so I'd say it was a normal day of shorting. And so that may be part of the reason why we saw no price discovery. Yesterday, I believe, was a down day on the market as a whole. Let's see here. Yes, it was not. SPY was actually up 0.78. How about the ETFs? ETFs were actually up as well. So we had a down day. We had a down day on Ape, and off exchange doesn't really support why that would have been the case. Maybe we'll see some numbers in Ortex that help to perhaps discover why that might have been the case. Maybe some extra borrowing. We'll take a look here in just a second. Looking at institutional share ownership, 154.565 million is how many shares were on loan yesterday. Don't expect to see any change on that until we have the 13Fs starting to be reported. So we're gonna have like a dry spell here where we don't get any kind of change in this. It's still reporting 154.565 million. Ortex data, like I was saying earlier, 186.08 on loan, 19.39% is our short interest of the free float, and short interest is currently at 99.94 million shares. That's for AMC. For Ape, we actually have less shares on loan today because I'm pretty sure it was 35 yesterday, so 34.63 today. Short share interest of the free float estimated at 6%. Total amount of shares on loan is 30.91. There is a difference in the shares on loan versus the shares being reported in live short interest, which tells me that their predictions are a little bit on the low side, because everything that's on loan right now should be short interest, so they're off by about 3 or 4%, or not percent, million shares. Taking a look at options for AMC1. Our lottery ticket winners or losers, attemptees, at a $40 strike price yesterday, there was 2.6 thousand contracts. There's still 2.6. Highest amount of open interest besides that is sitting at, for calls, is sitting at $13 strike. Yesterday there was yesterday it was 13.5 strike, so it's dropped by a half a dollar. And there's currently 1.326. Yesterday 13.5 was winning, and there's currently 1.314. So it's really close between in calls between 13 and 13.5 strike, which we're just slightly over right now. On puts, the highest amount of open interest yesterday was at an $18 strike with 675 contracts. It's still the same strike, but it's now 660 contracts, which means 15 of them closed out. And give me just a second while I move a couple screens around here. The combined price of AMC and APE currently is at 1386. I would say that I mean, I know Max Payne is sitting at 950, but based off of the open interest that I'm seeing right now, the highest amounts of open interest on both the call and put side, I would say it looks more like it's 13. So we're sitting at 1386. So I would imagine that 13 is where they're going to be trying to push price to. So let's take a look at that and see what it looks like. There's 1386 right there. This is what yesterday looked like. We had a very big descending parallel channel that we were kind of traveling down and broke out of in the. I guess it was a little bit more than halfway through the day, and recovered a lot of our price um, drop that we had, price droppings. And let's see here. I'm gonna get rid of some of these lines now. I don't like having a lot of lines on the page here. Let's see what we're kind of looking like here overall. I'm gonna get rid of some of this. Yesterday I had mentioned that it looked like we may have been on a descending broadening wedge from the beginning portion of the day. The beginning portion of the broadening wedge started at the very beginning portion of the day. If it was to play out, 62% chance of playing out, price would rise back up to somewhere around like 1398, which we're really darn close to, and then fall to a new low. And I think I mentioned like 1323 or something like that as the new low. So we'll see if that plays out today or not. I'm going to draw that back in here. I think this is it. So I'm gonna draw that back in there. So we had the drop, the initial drop, the breakdown, the rise back to, it was supposed to rise back up to about 1398, and then the return price on this would push us down to 1323, I believe is what the calculation would formulate. So we'll see if we drop down to about 1323 by the end of the day today, or at some point, we can complete that pattern. It's not usual for us to complete patterns over a 2-day period like that, and but we did like last week. So we'll see if that's still holding up or not. Here's your utilization at 155 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Let's zoom in on this just a tad bit. Go to on loan amount, and let's see here. We've got day over day on loan amount decreased from 188.79 to 186.0. So I'm just going to go with 1.7. 1.7 million shares having been returned day over day. Oh, wait, there's my pen. I thought I lost my pen for a second. I was like, where'd my pen go? 1.7 million shares having been returned. Let's check and see how much of that was short interest. It's usually the way that Ortex seems to calculate it is about a third of the amount of shares. So we're probably looking at like somewhere between 5 and 600,000 shares. So let's see what it says here. Ortex estimated short share interest of the free float dropping from 19.57 to 19.39. So 0.0018 times 515 million shares. Oh, it's actually higher. 927,000. So I'm just going to call it 9.3 in returned short interest. That's a much higher number than I would have expected. Let's see here. On loan average age per day, again, with 1.7 million shares being returned, if that's old loans, then you should see on loan average age per day decreasing or flatlining. If it's newer positions that are being closed out, then it will be going upwards. It's actually shot way up, which means that of that 1.7 million shares, or actually it was 930,000 shares. Of that 930,000 shares of short interest, it seems like that probably majority of that was new positions that were recently opened, as the on-loan average age per day skyrocketed from 46.99 to 50.16. Security lending volume day over day decreased by almost half. It went from 25.84 million to 11.55, more than half. On APE, utilization dropping day over day from 81.35 to 79.62. Shares on loan decreased day over day from 35.59 to 34.63. So really close to about 900. Let's call it a million shares. A million shares returned in short interest. On loan average age per day skyrocketing, so it means newer positions were closed from 9.5 days to 12 days on average on loan. Security lending volume day over day dropping still. It's 8.55 to 7.17. Orders by Fidelity customers. APE yesterday had 75.74% buys to 24.26% sales. So a very strong buy to sell ratio. GME came in with 62.02 to 37.98, which is also a very strong buy to sell ratio. That's not very strong. I'm sorry. That's bare minimums. AMC did not make the list, so I can't see what it was that they had. You know, I've never clicked on ETFs before. I don't care. It wasn't going to give me the information like easily, so we'll look at that later. SSR trigger price was $8.26 for the day today. That's up from yesterday's number. Shares available to borrow. It looks like they did borrow some shares overnight. Looks like they've borrowed about 350,000 shares. Yesterday was a huge borrow day at 3.45 million. 16.2% is the fees for borrowing. I wonder if they're updating this off of AMC1 or APE, or AMC1 or AMC. I'll have to go through and verify this information. I'd like to go back to reading the option data, how many calls are in the money and how many are out of the money for calls and puts. But I'm gonna have to go back and cross compare some of their numbers to what's actually being reported and see what's up, because I don't know if I can rely on their data or not yet here on Stonko Tracker. So let me look at that tonight maybe and see if I can start reporting that again. Futures are looking down as of right now, somewhere between 1.25%. VIX is up 0.82. Yeah, 1.25% futures for opening on the market, so opening looking red. Oops. Eastern side of the world was actually was green, so we might open up red but end green. Most of the futures overnight were up somewhere between a quarter to a full percent up. In the pre-market, we've got Tesla sitting at down 0.35, Amazon down 0.02, Cinemark down 0.37, Doge is down 0.39, Bitcoin is down 1.56, GME is up 0.38, HYMC up 0.63, Hood is down 0.68, NCMI is up 3.77, Ape is down 0.64, and AMC is up 0.11. Yesterday on AMC we had let's see here. I'm looking at the wrong chart. Yesterday on AMC, we had just a fractional amount more of inflow than outflow by about $200,000 roughly. Total amount of volume so far this morning on AMC is 830,000 shares, or yeah, 8,300 shares, not 83,000. Very, very low volume on AMC this morning. On the, can I start looking at daily yet, or is it too soon? Let me just see here. I feel like I'm looking for where the split is. Let me just check something real quick here. 14 days is the period in between. I'd like to get double the amount of, nope, that's too, it's still too soon to start looking at the daily periods yet here. Yeah, still too soon. On the hourly, just looking at Vortex indicator and RSI, I've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.23, which is slightly above average. On the 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.19, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.1, which is above average. On APE, yesterday there was more selling pressure than buying pressure by about 1.5 million. 6,630 shares having been traded so far on APE. Volume on AMC and APE are very, very close. On the hourly for APE, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.52, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.68, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.21, which is slightly below average. On the Ichimoto, for the hourly time interval, let me get rid of some of my lines on here. Keep that one. The lagging line is below price line. Price is right on the conversion line, but the conversion is below the base. This is not a strong buy signal right now. It does look like price could still be in recovery from this last downtrend. And on AMC, we have conversion line crossing baseline, lagging line crossing, starting to cross, but is on price line right now. And price is improving, moving towards a potential break through the red cloud. Let me go ahead and write these prices down. The prices that we're going to want to see AMC break through to see a potential really good run is going to be, by the end of today, is going to be 961. But at the beginning portion of the day, 969. So I'm just going to go ahead and write down 969 is the price that we want to see us push past on AMC in order to get a good run or a lot of momentum moving upwards. Price is currently at 920. This actually, believe it or not, could become a buy signal on the bottom side of the cloud if there's enough momentum pushing price upwards. As long as price is not in the cloud, it could become a good buy if there's increased volume. I'm not seeing huge amounts of volume right now, so it would kind of depend on the on a day trader whether they would, look at this and be like, is this a buy signal or not? It's kind of more risky to buy on the bottom side of a red cloud, but we can look at a 4-hour cloud just to see what that looks like. I know I'm not really comfortable with looking at this data just yet since we're still kind of clearing the split. Yeah, this is looking at the 4-hour. I would say it's not. It's not. Let me see what the top edge on this is. 971. Yeah, I would say on a 4-hour signal here, it's not as sweet looking because you still got lagging line below price line, and then you've got conversion line below base, and price would be moving into the cloud, and the top of the cloud is 971. So on a longer term basis, not as much of a bullish sentiment, perhaps until next week. But that's just looking at a 4-hour. I'm not sure if I'm really trusting of the 4-hour quite yet because it's been so close to the split period. And the 4-hour is going to be pulling information from, like, I think it's pulling back 26 periods. There's no, yeah, this is bad. This is bad information though. This is just not good information yet. So I don't know if I'd really look at the 4-hour. This is actually bullish looking on the 1-hour though. And with that, I'm done with my numbers. Volatility is looking extremely bullish on Ape. There's a lot of increased volatility in pricing right now. We still have another 12 minutes before they're going to be able to start borrowing shares to start completing orders, but it does seem to be a lot of volatility there on Ape for some reason. Also, closing price yesterday was 467. I didn't write down the new threshold or new spit words out, Casey. New SSR tripping point. $4, 4.203. $4.203 is SSR trip on Ape. So just a little bit lower than where I got it. 4.203. So we did trip an SSR, and we did break below the 21.5% drop or failure point. If we go too much lower than that, I think the point where we've been 458. If we go too much lower than 458, maybe if we go less than 450, we could, or 4.5, we could be looking at a 35% drop in price from 613, which is how much in value? It would be 398. So we'll just have to watch and see. It'll depend on how many paper hands are found along the way. Alrighty. Let's see what Brandon S says, I saw a video of China making edible rice out of plastic. That doesn't sound good. Forrest, Forrest keeps asking has Flat Earth arrived? Uh, no. He works 9 to 5, Forrest. Probably Eastern Standard Time, so probably is able to show up like 30 minutes before market open. That's why you probably see him show up like right before I or as I go to my first break. He probably shows up like just before, gets logged in and is ready to go. Hey, I love you too, Danny. No FOMO. Dynamite, I don't want to promote that kind of. I'm gonna just strike that right there. I just don't want to. I don't want to talk like that. I think people are people, and even if they're not on on our side, I don't want to promote that kind of talk. I hope you can understand. No, I know it's a joke, but I don't know. I don't find humor in that kind of stuff. And I know what you mean. I know it's a joke, and I'm just I just don't want to go there. Hmm. You didn't offend me, man. I promise. You didn't offend me. I'm just trying. The whole suicide thing is like, it's kind of like an off topic for me, man. I don't know. Just like, I don't know. I'm not cool with it, I guess. But it's cool. Like, it's okay for some people, to joke around like that. That's cool. But I feel like I got to set like a standard, I don't know. That's just how I feel. A life is a life is a life. And even if they're scumbags, it's still a life. I don't know. Oh, you know what? I just got it. I just got your joke. Flat Earth Edge, got it. Okay. All right. See, I thought you were referencing something else. Okay, so it took me a minute, Dino, so it's too early in the morning for jokes like that for me. I I got it now. It finally sunk in. And that is funny. That is funny, but I kind of took it differently. Yo says, Casey, I threw the lyrics in that song into Discord. I think it's about how fear is what keeps the system going. Yeah, I think there might be something to that. Derek said, Astro smoking meth out of a light bulb comment made me lose my shit. Yeah, I love you too, Peter. No homo, no FOMO. I gotta be PC and say no FOMO. Monty, good morning to you, sir. 12:51 to 15:51. I got you down, sir. Oh, it's the same numbers as yesterday. Okay. Monty's going with the same price prediction as yesterday. BTW says, oh my lord, Casey is dense. Yes, jokes go over the top of my head all the time. Very, very dense. Dense as a fog in San Francisco on a any given day of the week. have you guys ever had the opportunity to fly in and out of San Francisco before? Like, I think that probably is the only place that I've ever experienced that has so many delays and cancellation on flights due to fog. I've never seen anything quite like it. And man, it is dense. It is really super dense. Is something Fed related happening today? It should be tomorrow. Let me check and make sure. There might be something I'm missing. Hold on a second. FOMC, I think it's FOMC. The rate hike is tomorrow. So let me check and see real quick here on meetings. See if there's any meetings that I'm not privy to here. Let's see. We've got that's not the right one. FOMC. I think they changed up their calendar. It's like it's screwing with me now because it doesn't look the same. Yeah, I think they changed it up or something. I don't know. This does not look the same. Give me 1 second. I just go right straight to there. For some reason, whatever I used to type in doesn't take me to the same page. I have to like search it out like a little more specifically. I don't see anything listed for today that's anything live. There's a commercial paper at 1 o'clock p.m. and then a selected interest rates at 4:15. But the actual release for the interest rates is tomorrow at 2 p.m. I think, maybe, perhaps. But let's check out real quick here and see. It was 80% to 20% yesterday when I checked to see whether or not it was going to be 75 basis points or 100. And now it's 82% to 18%. So 82% chance of a 75% increase in basis points, leaning really heavily towards that 82%. I wonder if I look at November 2nd. November 2nd's actually got November 2nd's got like only a 25 basis point. Is that right? Hold on a second. Probabilities 325. Yeah, actually 50 basis points. The number one winner for November 2nd is 50 basis points. So based on this probability rate count, this target rate of probabilities for interest rate hikes, it's looking like it's going to do a cool off on rate hikes in November. At least that's what the percentages are kind of geared up towards, is like a 50% in November. It's going 22.7% chance of a 25% or 25 basis points, 64.3% on 50 basis points, and 13% on 75 basis points. Oh, getting our pokey stick of volume here. Going into it, we had on AMC we had about 13,000 shares, and we got a doubling of the volume at 13,000 shares roughly. Nope, that's wrong. Hold on a second. 23, 24. Close. Very, very close. We had about 12,000 shares going into our pokey stick of volume on AMC. It's now 14,000 for the pokey stick itself, giving us a grand total of 25,000 shares in trades at this point in time, which is super, super low volume. I mean, this is really, really, really low volume, guys. I can't even, like, that's just so low. That's Han Solo. Let's see, what do we have here on Ape? We have on Ape, we had about, wow, a lot of volume on Ape. There was 7,000 shares going into the pokey stick on Ape, and the pokey stick itself was 80,000 shares. Wow. All right, so we got an increased volume day on Ape. I think I'm gonna up my volume prediction. Let's see here. I'm gonna do the typical 10 to 30 million on AMC, and because that's where it's kind of showing up. But it looks to me like we're getting almost double the amount of volume today than we normally do. Let me just check something really quick here to see. Yesterday's volume was 9.3 million shares traded on Ape. I think we might see additional volume today in the range of perhaps maybe like 4 to 5 million extra shares on top of that. So we're probably looking at like I'm gonna go 10 to 30, 10 to 30 million on Ape today. Same amount of volume as AMC. Sweden raised today with 100 basis points. Man, BioLife Hemp's going straight for the jugular. With Astro went from scoring a dime from corner drug dealer and sleeping on his only piece of furniture, which was a couch, to living next to his dealer and having it delivered to him, all thanks to his views and super chats. But what is he sleeping on now? you didn't you didn't mention what he's sleeping on now. Because I mean, living next door and having it delivered is funny. But is he still sleeping on the couch? I don't know. I don't watch. James says, James, good morning to you. Criminals always get angry when they're caught in the act. Oops. Javi, good morning to you. Nana, good morning to you. Dana, good morning. Astro says flat Earth is cooking me breakfast. What the heck, man? That's so messed up. That is that is so messed up. You guys got cute. I want to do a shout out to Ape Radio. I got on last night. Was listening to a little bit of Ape Radio while I was playing playing on my PlayStation. Yeah, I was playing golf. I'm gonna admit straight up, I was playing some golf. I know, boringest game ever. There's no good games out right now. That's the problem. I've finished everything that's good, so I'm kind of stuck right now playing golf. But but I'm sitting there listening to Ape Radio, and um, I have not laughed out loud so hard in a long time. There was some funny stuff happening last night on Ape Radio. I could not stop laughing. I mean, they get really crude. If you don't like crude humor, then it's not going to be for you. But man, I was laughing my butt off. I had such a great time just listening. I couldn't stop. Like I stopped playing golf so I could throw parts and laughing emojis. It was so funny. There was some random rando. Apparently, they say that she visits a lot of the short seller uh, um, chats. So they're thinking that she's just there to disrupt kind of thing. But she came in and she was acting like she was like some kind of like a serial killer. It was really kind of creepy, but the guys were like kind of making fun of the whole thing, and it was legit. Like I was I practically had tears coming out of my face. It was so funny. And then it just kept on going. It just got better and better. And then Elmo came in there. I heard back from Elmo at one point, and then because I know I said I was gonna try and get Elmo on here. I heard back from Elmo at one point, and I sent back another message. There was like a mix-up for a little bit. Apparently, he responded to me, and I didn't see it. And so uh, Dana says, "Crude." I'm listening. It's so funny, Dana. It is so. Some of the humor gets really, really crude, but it is so funny. I just was dying laughing. It was so. I mean, my mom would not approve. My mom. My mom. Hold on a second. I got a cough. My mom would definitely not approve. It was just way over the top humor, but I find that humor very, very funny. My mom and I's humor completely different, and it's okay. We still love each other. But I have a very strange sense of humor. Olin says, "Well, drug dealers usually have it all, and if Astro is now next door, it means he done he done moved up." I like the done. He has an entire house now, talks crap about YouTubers and super chats and takes super chats. That's funny. Astro said he would burn the community down last year, and some of y'all still supported him after that. I don't get some people. I know, man. Like, it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. Like, he did. He legit said those kind of things. It was. I think the breaking point for me, Sam, though, was is finding out that those dudes were like, telling people to actively buy puts and then selling them. Like, that was the end for me, man. I can't get behind you anymore. Like, when you do something like that, I'm done with you. Like, I just can't anymore. It's like I can't support that. Dana says Astro playing my guitar gently weeps while flat Earth in the kitchen. Danny says, Casey, I remember listening to you when you first started YouTube, and I could never have imagined that we'd grow into such an amazing community. What I feel like you're saying there, Danny, is that you're basically saying, Casey, you sucked really, really bad, and I never thought that you would have this many people watching. Me neither. I'm with you, Danny. I never would have imagined this many people would watch either. But I thought if people needed data, I could at least provide it. So it is it is what it is. No, Danny, it's cool, man. I felt the same way. It was really funny, Danny, and I hope he's I don't know if he's listening or not. Duncan, a long time ago, I did an interview with Duncan. I don't know if you remember that interview with Duncan or not. But I said, like, what caused you to start watching? This is way back when he became a moderator. I said, what caused you to start watching this channel? Because I just kind of was curious, like, why in the world would Duncan choose to watch? And he said, over here in our country, we had this train channel, and it was just a camera on the front of a train, and it would just drive around, and people, it was boring as hell, but people would watch, and after a while, it picked up this like huge amounts of popularity for it was like a cultural popularity thing, and like it just exploded. It's kind of like a Bob Ross kind of thing. It's like where you probably wouldn't watch it, and then you just get sucked in somehow, right? And it was funny the way that he said it. He said, "You're a lot like that train show." I was like, "Oh, thanks." He was giving me a compliment, but it was just kind of one of those things where I was like, "Oh, okay." I understood it. It made sense. All right. I feel like this is gonna need I feel like we need a bobblehead Ross moment here. A bobblehead Ross moment. Hold on a second.
Let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
Thank you, bobblehead Ross. Thank you. Wise words. Olin says, I used to be in this group, and there was be only like 12 people chatting when you went on break. Sometimes just me and Dr. Zeno. We've grown quite a bit, guys. We've grown quite a bit, and you guys are amazing. Um, I think what I like the best is that the quality of intellect that seems to manage to find its way to this live stream is very, very high. I compare the intellect on this channel versus other channels into two different realms. Like I feel like I go watch other. I'm not gonna say who, but I feel like there are other channel live streams that I go watch and I go like, oh my gosh, what is happening in here? What is? It's like I just don't understand it. It's chaos. It's absolute chaos, and the comments are just seem ill-informed, and I don't know. It kind of with ADD, it makes me feel like I'm just gonna explode sometimes because there's just like so many things I want to say, and I can't can't talk to them all. Javi says, "Did you see Phil for Real Bash Lou this morning?" I have not. Owen, there is something to be said about TA right now. Um, ever since the ever since the charts from got normalized from the split, any kind of true technical analysis that dates back longer than uh, maybe even a two, I hate saying 2 weeks, but even spanning back 2 weeks is difficult to, or anything more than 2 weeks is difficult to process and analyze correctly. And the reason for it is that they've adjusted or skewed the charts. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. If you come over to the daily, and I get rid of all this junk on the page here. If you come over to the daily here and you look at the price on this is our March run up. We didn't hit 2109 on this price run up in March. We hit 3433. So they've normalized the charts based off of the valuation that was taken away from AMC to kind of normalize the charts. The problem is that changes everything. Like you can't just it changes everything. I don't even know how to begin to say how or try to express like how this will mess up your charting, but it does. It like messes it up so much. So if you come down to like a 1 hour chart, you can see here's the difference right here in price removal that went into Ape, or price valuation that was distributed into Ape. If I go to the 1 hour chart, you can see right here in March, you can see 34.33. It shows up on the 1 hour chart, right? Great. Okay, cool. So you're telling me I can chart on a 1 hour chart. I can chart on a 1 hour chart, still see my data based off of that, but how far back can I truly see? And you can see that this is it. This is as far back as I can go. I can't. Here's us now. I can only see back to 8/2, August 2nd, and I wouldn't want to chart anything from here in relationship to this. So it makes charting very, very, very difficult. I don't know. It kind of upsets me a little bit because it's you know technical analysis is a huge thing for me, and I want to be able to give you guys like a good representation of what's happening, and I'm stuck to like showing you guys like 1 hour charts at tops. So I'm still trying to do some charting off of AMC and APE together because I think that does kind of encompass um, the total valuation of both stocks, and kind of gives you like an idea for where price could be moving to. But even on a 1 hour chart, when you do that, you can when you pull it up on a 1 hour chart and you're adding them together on TradingView, all it's going to take you back to is the 22nd when Ape was first created. So this is it. This is all I get for a chart right here, and it's just kind of like this. It sucks. It really sucks. So, well, it says I agree, Casey, caused an obtuse effect in the history. Yeah, man, it's messed up. It's really messed up. I want a chart. I want a chart so badly, and this is not enough data. There's not enough data to give like a good, accurate representation of what the future may hold for us. So it's very frustrating from my standpoint. So I can only imagine that if Astro is complaining about it, I'm sure it's because he's frustrated by it all as well. Um, but whatever. You make do with what you have. You can't change anything, so you just make do. You know, Nana, that's whenever you see those accounts that have like one follower, like that should be like red warning flags everywhere, you know, kind of thing. That's when you see that, more than likely you're just arguing with somebody who probably was blocked by a majority of people and had to create a new account just to be able to reach people in the first place. It's better to just sometimes block those people than it is to even give them a platform. There's a difference. There's a big difference for me on Twitter versus here on YouTube because I let you guys decide who you're going to block. Whereas on Twitter, like I get to decide who I'm going to block. And so there's certain people where I won't put up with it. You know, it's one of those things where it's like you guys count on me to put out good information and be able to count on what it is I'm talking about. And if I'm carrying on a conversation with some Yahoo who can't get his back in alignment, who can't go out and actually read something when you give them some information. It's one of those things where it's like I'm just spinning my wheels. I'm spinning my wheels, wasting my time on somebody who doesn't even want to doesn't care. They don't want to learn. They just want to believe what it is that they believe. And so I'm not going to waste my time on guys like that. So Josh says, "Hey Casey, if you want to see the effect of the split between data sources in TradingView from pre-split, there's a script I wrote called AMC dividend variance. Let me pull it up real quick, man. Hold on a second. Hold on, hold that thought. Josh Low, there it is. Oops, I clicked it twice. Let's see here. I've installed it. Where does it show at? Let's see. Do I gotta refresh? Do I have to pull AMC plus Ape in order to get the output correct? James says, Casey, isn't it strange how they keep moving things around and actually you're changing things considered? That's why things are happening. Red flag, SEC, banks, hedge funds, criminals. I mean, they're all red flags. There's a lot of red flags all over the place. You know, Mr. Hardstyle, I have a real problem with people who want to put limits out. I really do. I don't think that's I don't think that's the way. I mean, I don't know, man. We're all going to have disagreements in how we choose to view this, and I don't want to get into that because it'll probably just end up turning into like a big fight amongst people. But this is the reason hardstyle that I've always maintained that I'm going to be trading on indicators and not based off of any kind of limit. I don't want to put expectations on this because when the price drops 70% before it even hits an all-time high, uh, how do you put a floor or a ceiling or a target that you're looking for when you have no idea what it is and you know it could have a 70% drop in price before it ever even sees the top. And so that's why you'll never ever hear me have some kind of target or price floor, and I have a real problem with anybody who puts that in there. You know, if you want to have your own price targets and your own price floors, that's fine. That's your own. It's your money. It's your hard-earned money. You've been holding it this long. The only thing I would have to say to you, if you are one of those people, is that you are literally holding a royal flush. You would never go to a poker table, ever. You would never, ever go to a poker table, get dealt a royal flush, and sit there and be like, I'm going to get out at this amount. Once I see this much money on the table, I'm going to call it quits. I'm gonna end the hand by going all in and forcing everybody out. No, you're gonna try to collect every single penny on that table that you possibly can. You're gonna try and find a way to get as many people to put in cash in there and let them put their money in because you know you have the best hand. That's what you're going to do. If you're just gonna try and walk away with the bare minimums with the best possible hand, why would you do that? Why? Why would you ever go into something at all knowing that you have the best of something and settling for less? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, it makes no sense at all. I haven't seen Josh say anything again here. Josh, if you're still listening, man, do I need to put AMC plus Ape? Let me just scroll back here just a tad bit, make sure I didn't miss something. Well, I'll just put it in there and just see what happens. Because I didn't see any change, and it could just be because oh wait, oh, I'm looking at the wrong tab. That's why. Let me try AMC plus Ape and see if that changes something. The indicator disappeared. Let's try this again. Hmm. I'm not an expert on TradingView, but I do not see any change on your script at all when I run it. I don't see any change or any kind of. Let me go back to the 20-second. Maybe that'll help to go back to the 20-second. There it is, right there, and nothing. I don't see a change. Nana, we can't give you that advice, unfortunately. What I can say is if you're going to go buy a gallon of milk from two different supermarkets, which one are you going to go buy? The one that's cheaper or the one that's more expensive? I will also say on top of that that it is important to still have buying pressure on AMC as well. Danny says, "I love the royal flush now." It is. That's what we're holding a royal flush. Just AMC look on hourly maybe only shows data pre. All right, let me check it out real quick here. Hourly only, and let's see, hour only AMC. Let's see what we got here. Ah, yeah. Now I see it. Now I see it. I'm gonna have to play around with that and check it out, see what the source code on it and everything, and see what I pick out on it. Thank you, Josh. Thank you for letting me know about that. It's showing how the different data sources have split AMC differently. Shows the different all-time highs between sources. I'll check out the source code on it and check it out. Josh, if you're writing this kind of code, then I would assume that you know Pine, or you at least like to Pine code. If you do, I've got a project that I've been trying to work on for a very long time, and I'd love to get some help on it. I don't know Pine coding, so we've been trying to get something started for a while on that, and haven't been very successful. And it all has to do with circuit breakers. Monty says the biggest difference between our play and a royal flush is that hedge funds can see our cards and have been this entire. Well, yes, but the problem, Monty, is that they already have their money in, right? Like they know what our hand is, and you're absolutely right. They absolutely do know what our hand is. But the problem is that they've already got their money in good, right? They already got their money in good, and we caught them with the royal flush after they already got their money in. So now they're trying to put in more money to try and bluff us off of the best possible hand. Now I don't know if you know this or not, Monty, but I've actually known people who have folded some amazing, never royal flush, but that I have known people who have folded, four of a kind, not knowing that they had the best hand. And there are people like that out there in this world, who are invested in AMC, and if they can find people like that who don't realize what it is that they're holding on to, then they can absolutely get those people to fold. But they got their money in not knowing what our hand was, and our hand, we caught them. We caught them with their money in the pot. And so now the question is whether or not they can get as many people possibly fold as possible, because we still have the hand. We still have the hand. They're the ones who have to try to get us to fold. So I think the analogy is actually a really good analogy because it's true. And they have gotten people to fold. Like look, even Wrench. Even Wrench sold off his Ape shares, dude. Like that's a YouTuber. They convinced a YouTuber to sell out. Either convinced or he convinced himself, or he's not even really a part of this. I don't care which it is, but he legit sold off a royal flush. He sold off a royal flush. Announced to everybody that he sold it off. Dude, he got convinced. He got Roach. That's what I call him, man. He got convinced. Like what the heck? I'm telling you, there are people like that out there, Monty, everywhere. And that's all they have to do. All they have to do is convince enough people to think that they're not holding the best hand possible, and then they win. Because that's all it takes in poker. It takes somebody to fold. If you've got the best hand and you fold, you lose. And that's all they have to do. If they convince you don't have the best hand and you end up believing it, then you lose. It doesn't matter what he bought, Neo. He still sold. That's the problem. You can't sell. If you buy and you sell, you're doing what it is that they need in order to continue the process of being able to win. And it's getting you to fold. It doesn't matter what he sold. If he sold and then he rebought, he did exactly what it is that they needed. So it doesn't matter if he sold or and then rebought back in for something else. It does not matter. They won. They won on his bet. He lost the bet. And he had to pay taxes on it. And he had to pay more if he wanted to double his position on AMC, he would have had to have paid more money just to double down on his position. So he lessened his position or had to put more money into it and had to pay taxes. It's ridiculous. Like he literally lost so much money on that. It's not even funny. My wife goes, "But you're not a financial advisor." Yeah. He like I don't get that. Like if you like he how do you sit at a table, have a royal flush and fold it? How do you do that? Who I mean, it's just I don't know. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. Josh, best way to get in touch with me is through Twitter, my Discord, or Reddit. Now, on the left-hand side of my screen, on the bottom left-hand side, is both of my usernames for Reddit and Twitter. Thick says that would be me and yell blackjack. No, no, you're absolutely right, Neo. None of us are going to avoid taxes, but guess what, dude? If he rebought AMC, he reset his timer, right? So now he's going to pay. Not only did he pay taxes on the shares that he or the money that he used to go buy more AMC, but now he's going to pay taxes again, but he's going to pay taxes at a higher rate unless he holds for another year, which I doubt that's going to be the case. But if he holds for another year, then that's not the case. But I can't think of a worst position to take. It's it's really bad. Like I don't even know. Like I don't even know what to say to somebody who would do something like that. If he had said, you know what I would respect more, Neo? I would respect more if he had said, I just sold my Ape shares, collected my money, but I'm out. I'm out of Ape. I don't want anything to do with it. I'm just gonna use that money and start making some more money on the side so I can buy more money or buy more shares, buy more money, buy more shares of AMC. That would have been more. I would have respected that more because that actually is a smart. That would be a smart move. The unwise move would be to buy right back into AMC and you know waste your position on moving into AMC for a lesser of a value and restarting your time on taxation. Like that's like the worst thing you could possibly do. Like I would have I don't know. It's it's just really bad move. It doesn't sound smart to me. BioLife Hemp says people folding Royal Flush because it's hearts and the market is trying to convince you that they have spades Royal Flush. uh, Yo says, Casey, would you spill the beans if you were approached and asked to ixnay on the AMC APE play? So the answer is yes. The reason I'm hesitating is because I want to tell a story, but I don't know if I want to tell a story. But yeah, I would definitely tell. The answer is an easy yes for me, but and I know hedge funds know that because they test the waters to see if you're buyable or not. That's how I'll say it. It's already been tested. The waters have already been tested with me before, and they know that I'm not a buyable person. So they haven't tried again since. I'm not trying to hate on Neo. I'm not trying to hate on him, but I'm just saying in my opinion, once you're out, you're out, right? I don't. My rule of thumb for this community is when you say you're done, and I don't want to have anything to do with you after that, right? You've actively taken a position of where I'm selling, and I've stated very many times it's actually one of the rules on this channel is when you leave silently. And he went out and he announced to the whole everybody, the whole kit and caboodles, and said, "I'm done with Ape." I know he didn't say he was done overall, but he said he was done with Ape. And I don't think you should do that. I don't think that's for everything that it is that we're fighting for and everything it is that we stand for. I think that's once you announce that you're done, you're done. You leave in silence or you don't say anything at all. I know that's the same thing. I just said the same thing twice. It's kind of weird. Whatever. You pay taxes on gains only. That is correct. So if you're telling me he had no gains on that money, I don't know if I'd believe that. But I mean, that's it's possible, I guess. Thick says yes. Story time, Casey. I don't. I don't. I promise I wouldn't tell this story, and I'm a man of my word, so I'm not going to tell the story. But what I can say is that I have been approached to be bought off in a very small manner, not in anything major, and I didn't take it, and I think that's where it ended. I've never received another attempt whatsoever to try and sway me to do something that I didn't want to do normally. Hung Two says the short hedgies have a royal flush also, except their cards are hand drawn with crayons and they're trying to say it's real. Astro says, "Do you think the SEC whistleblower program is totally fraudulent?" I, I don't know. I mean, is it successful in taking anybody down? That's probably the real question. I mean, is it more for show than anything? It's a shower, not a grower. It's all for show. Oh yeah, Josh, I have to. The way I have Twitter set up, I have to send you a message. So since you just told me you hit me up with a follow, I'll get you back, man. I gotta go to break here in a couple minutes anyway, so I'll hit you back a message. Point Break Thor says, Casey, why is it okay for hedge funds to conspire to convert an influencer, but they say we can't talk openly about shares and pricing? Do they say that openly? I don't want you guys to talk about openly about shares and pricing just because I don't want you to get targeted. I don't know that there's any rules that you can't talk. Oh, well, I guess if you're talking about like everybody deciding to like buy or sell at a certain point in time, um, Yeah, I don't know. And then as far as like conspire to convert an influencer, I don't know, man. I guess there would have to be proof. My guess is that my guess is that if there are influencers who are being bought off, the individuals who are buying them off are probably unlinkable to anybody of significance, if that makes any sense. Um, that would be my guess. And so now you're talking about like, plausible deniability. Trying to link a hedge fund to the buy off of an influencer when the influencer can't link the people together. What's the point? You know, it's it's kind of a they got to get caught first, and making those links is probably next to impossible. Casey will not take a bribe, but he will take a new computer. I have not taken a new computer. What? What does that mean, James? I didn't take no new computer. I'll tell you what I would take. Faster internet. My wife's over there. She's like, me too. I thought we wanted to live in the country where we're not going to get good internet, though. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that makes sense. She says she's not going to need her internet because she's going to be outside. uh, what was it? Didn't I say one time I told hedge funds that I would take a job. I would take a job for what did I say? It was a I can't remember how much I said it was. I think it was like $200,000 a year, or 250 a year, or something like that. I forget what it was. It was really funny though. I was completely kidding, but I said I would take a 200. I think it was something like $250,000 job to go away, quote unquote, go away for life. 250,000 for life job a year. Um, no offers came through. No offers. Oh, I got you. I got you, James. BioLife Hemp says, yes, it's called an affiliation program. Hedge funds start a company to pay people to be affiliates, just like market makers is owned by hedge funds or owed by hedge funds. Yeah. I mean, it's all kind of new stuff. Like I really don't know about all that kind of stuff, but and I probably never will. Victor says, no Starlink where you're at, right? But you can get it out in the bush. Dude, you know what's crazy, Victor, is that like I think within a 30-minute drive of my house, a 30-minute drive of my house is the new gigafactory for Tesla. And yet we don't have Starlink here. I was like, dude, are you kidding me? But here's the other kicker. I need to have Hunter send it to me. Hunter was in the parking lot of his high school one night, and he snapped a photograph of Starlink passing overhead. Starlink legit passing overhead where I live, and still, yet we have no internet service over here from Starlink. I'm like, dude, what the heck? BioLife says, you know, the hedge fund's intern is running to the main office right now. Intern yelling, he wants a T1 line. He's gone. For T1, he's gone. It's cheap. He just went down in price. Oh, man. All right, I got to go to break, guys. I'm going to go to break. And, geez, can you imagine a T1 line? What are those? Aren't those pretty pricey? Aren't those like 5 grand a month or something like that? I feel like those are like really super expensive. Man, that would be super quick though. I would be, I would like legitimately probably try to splice the line and try to give as many of my neighbors, or I'd set up some kind of like Wi-Fi relay for all my neighbors. Just, I wouldn't even make them pay. I'd just be like, guys, this is a bonus. They would all love me. All my neighbors would be like, oh, thank you so much. All right, I'll be back at 8:15. 8:15 for my price prediction for the day today. I'm pretty sure, based off of some of the numbers that I'm kind of seeing, that I'm gonna probably pick something around the range of 1320 to 15. No, 1620. Sorry, I don't know why I said 15. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go 1320 to 1620, but I'll do a little bit more. I'm gonna put it down right now, but I'm gonna do a little bit more research when I get back and make sure that that's what I want to stick with. I might end up going like 1290. We'll see. Oh, T1 is, dude, that's like super slow. I didn't know I thought, wait, I thought T1 was the fast one. I don't know. Alrighty. I'm gonna put some music up for you guys, and I will see you guys back in just a little bit for market open. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. I'm gonna go with I originally before I left I had said 1320 to 1620 for my price prediction for the day today. I think I'm gonna drop it a little bit to 1290 to 1590. Yeah, 1290 to 1590 is my price prediction for the day today. We do have some elevated levels of volume on Ape this morning, so I'm expecting to see abnormally high volume on Ape compared to the volume that we've been seeing. Not too much higher. Keto's going 1239 to 1539. Putting you down, Keto. Eric, I have not received Eric's text yet, but he usually gets to me just before market opens. Monty's got 1251 to 1551. Let's see here. Let me take the message back off and then I'll check what you guys are writing. Max Payne is well, I'm looking at AMC 1 and Max Payne is 950. Yeah, that's the combo price. MB, good morning to you. You know what I don't understand? Let me tell you, because you know I'm going to tell you anyways. Here's what I don't understand about Astro's point of view. Like, how are you going to hold? Like, I know the type of personality that Astro is. He's an opportunist, right? Being an opportunist, why would he continue to hold his position, or even add to his position if he's going to hold that line of thought based off of what he said yesterday in his video? How do you hold that line of thought? Say that you've been struggling to put it into words for a while, right? And yet at the same time still hold a long position in what it is that you're invested in. I don't understand that. Part of it is, and this is just my opinion, but part of it is that I'm pretty sure he's bought and sold and that right now he's under, right? So whatever his position is, I believe is probably under the water. So he's probably hoping for uh, price to move up. Dr. Zeno says sound check. Sound is good. Just fine. Oh, you know, it does show that I'm a little low. Move the microphone a little bit closer to my mouth. I try to keep it away for laughing periods, but I just don't understand the psychology behind what it is he's saying. It's like he's giving mixed messages, right? Like, I don't believe this is going to happen, but I'm going to still hold my position right here. But I'm an opportunist. You know, it just doesn't make sense. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Grandpa Barney, good morning to you. Nana says, I have my new ape necklace on LFG and have an awesome day. Nana, if you're on the Discord, post that necklace up. I'd love to see it. I'm really curious what the necklace looks like. Hey, is Flat Earth should be here by now. He should have been on the clock. Pam, good morning to you. Joe, you're welcome. I like to think of myself as being the average person, right? Like, I don't feel like there's anything different between me and most everybody else who's holding this position. And so I guess when I look at at what some of these people are doing that are influencers in the community, I go like, okay, how do they differ from the average person? And it's like, why are they saying, or what motivates them to say the things that they're saying? Or are they just not an average investor? Are they different or unique in some kind of way that um, are they just not like a normal person? Because I mean, it's just I don't know. Like I don't feel like I think a lot of you guys, if you were to say some of the things that he's saying, you would have just exited your position by now, right? Like, I mean, if I truly and honestly felt the way that he portrayed his feelings to be yesterday, I would have exited my position. I would have been like, MOASS is no longer a possibility. I'm just holding this off of hope. Like, I mean, it just doesn't, I don't know, man. It doesn't compute for me. I don't understand. It's like it's almost like he's saying he doesn't see a short thesis anymore. So I don't just understand that. I'm not running late yet, Grandpa. I got like 30 seconds more. But thank you though. I don't know, man. I really feel like I'm average. I don't think everybody is, Monty. I don't think everybody is an opportunist. I do believe that there's a lot of opportunists out there, but I don't believe that everybody is an opportunist in this play. And I know that there are a lot of them. There are a lot of opportunists in this play, but I don't believe that's everybody. I think that would be a false statement. Alrighty, guys. I will see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Stress on the shuttles and brings to the sun.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Has your child completed his or her suspicious activity booklet? Don't let this summer go to waste. The enemy's preparing their children, are you? Time to show them who's boss. Moloch demands fresh blood to maintain the appetite of his mechanical heart. Will you sacrifice your firstborn like Abraham? What is Isaac? Will you sacrifice your firstborn like Abraham? What is Isaac? Tell me why Dick Cheney underneath my bed. Hell no, that ain't cool. Tan to the lips of a shrunken head. No, sir, that ain't cool. Come on now, take one for the team. Stick it to the man, stick it to the man. Raise a dagger high above eye
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Kenny, stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting yourself in the face! Stop hitting yourself in the face, Kenny! Kenny, stop it! Stop it, Kenny! Good morning, guys. It's a no shiny day. Stop hitting yourself in the face. Like, I don't know. And I said this earlier this morning, but I remember when I was, a big brother growing up, my 5 year old, or 5 year younger, old brother, he's 5 years old. I'm 10 years old, and I'm grabbing him by his wrist and I'm making him smack himself in the face and be like, stop hitting yourself in the face. Stop, stop. And then, of course, he's all like, Mom, Dad, he's beating on me. That's all I could think of this morning. I was like, man, I feel like we were just absolutely beating up the hedge funds left and right, and kind of causing them to be a little. They're probably a little upset. Younger brother over here. They're probably not very happy about this. Getting hit in the face over and over and over. I'm sure it's not making them happy at all. Good morning to you guys. Tom, I didn't pick the music today. Tom said he loved the music. I actually went to the music suggestion box and found that Ayo listed it there, and he put up in the Discord the words, the lyrics to the song. I thought it was pretty cool, so I just played it. Joe's saying, "Fling poo, 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 poo." We're getting a little bit of a push down here right off the get go in the market. We've got the VIX is down, up rather, 3.38. I mentioned that we would probably see the markets down somewhere between, I think it was 1.25% was what the futures were predicting earlier. The futures are currently showing between looks like about a 1 to 1.25% down right now as it stands. So that's some markets. Actually, some markets are only down 75%. So somewhere between 3/4 and a quarter, 1.25 is what the markets are kind of showing for the futures right now. So we got some red to endure. I will say that if you looked at the eastern side of the world, markets finished up somewhere between, I think it was anywhere between like a quarter and a full percentage point yesterday. I think our market was up like 0.75% yesterday. So we might see a little bit of green, but initially some downwards movement. Jack says, Casey, did Tony D drop his YouTube channel? No, he went on vacation this last weekend. I'm pretty sure it was his wife's birthday, if I'm not mistaken. So I think they went on vacation. I had talked to him this weekend, asking him if he would check some numbers, and then never sent him any numbers because I wasn't sure what I wanted him to check. But I kind of shared that with you guys yesterday, and then also, shoot, I forgot to put it up in the Discord. I told you guys I was going to share it in the Discord, and I forgot to. Maybe I can do that right now. Give me just 1 second. Yeah, let me do that. Some of the numbers that I shared with you guys yesterday was some of the information that I pull from Ortex in regards to how much volume we've had, pricing based off of dates, utilization, on loan amount, on loan new amount, on loan returned amount, failure to delivers, and security lending volume that occurred during those periods of time. It's some good information. I got to get it. Let me just see if I can. Let me put this up in the Discord real quick. I think I can do this pretty fast. Give me just 1 second. Let's see here. think this works. Let me try this. I said I was going to put it under Casey's projects, and I never put it in there. I think this should do it, though. So there'd be an Excel spreadsheet. I do want to mention to you guys that like you should always be safe. Anytime you're downloading any kind of like Excel document or Word document or any kind of document whatsoever from any place, I would always recommend running some kind of virus software on it to make sure that it's not that it doesn't contain any kind of potential threats to your computer. And that includes coming from me. You never know. You absolutely never know what I could have something getting attached to my stuff and not even know it's there. And so I highly recommend always to make sure and protect yourself. Don't just take somebody's word for it that it's clean. I always throw out that disclaimer all the time. It doesn't matter whether it's in this play or not. It's just kind of one of those things that I feel like I gotta make sure that I let people know that like, hey, you download that, it's at your own risk. You never know. You never know these days. But yeah, as far as Tony goes, I don't know that. I mean, I think he's still around. I just don't think he's had a chance to do a video lately. Uh, Also, I think on Thursday, I'm planning on having a special guest on Thursday. You'll have to wait and see. It's not clickbait or anything like that. I just don't want to say because I don't know for sure. I've always got this problem where like I hate telling my kids that we're going to go do something because if I don't know for sure that it's going to happen, it's like a big letdown. So I don't know if this, we're trying to I'm trying to get somebody over here to talk to you guys on Thursday potentially. Um, but this way they can back out too and not have to worry about, like, oh, but Casey said I was going to be there, and then you guys have no idea. CD Petrov says Elmo. So Elmo and I have had like this like massive DM disconnect. Like every time he seems to send me a message in my DMs, they never show up as like they just don't show up. And so if I search his name and I find it, and then I click on it and I go in there, I can find his new message, and it's like, what the heck is going on with this? Yeah, like, yeah, see, this happened again. He sent me something. Let's see here. I'll send him another message and see what he says. I don't understand why his DMs specifically do that. I haven't had that problem with anybody else, but for some reason, every time he responds, like it never shows up on there. No, no Elon Musk. Pam says I finally saw Easter Sunday movie starring Joe Coy. It was good and funny. Go see it. Easter Sunday. I haven't even heard of that movie. Habitual line holder says Casey is Trey's of the second generation of AMC YouTubers. Most of the others have been disappointing to say the least. Hold the line. Oh, Casey's is the Trades. No, man, I'm not even close to the second generation of Trades. I'm not even. I'm like, I'm like the 100th dilution of trades. Like that dude has so much energy, man. Like there's no way I can't even come close to comparing. However, I will say that Trey definitely inspired me to start doing YouTube streams. I would be lying to you. I would be absolutely lying to you guys if I told you that there was no influence whatsoever in my decision in doing YouTube had it not been for Trey. So I will give him that credit. You got to give credit where credit's due. Um, I think my exact thoughts at the time were, if that guy can do it, so can I. if Trey can do it, then I can do it too. It was more of a positive kind of sentiment. It was more like, hey, look, if a 24-year-old kid's brave enough to get on the YouTube, Casey, then you can do it. It wasn't really like I made it out. It was more of a, if he's brave enough to do it, then you can do it also. So that was the inspiration I got from Trey. He's done a lot of stuff in his lifetime, and he's only 24 years old. And to be honest with you, I think he's absolutely amazing to have done everything that it is that he's done in such a short period of time. He has lived probably at least 2 lifetimes worth of living in such a short period of time, and he's way beyond smarter than his age. The only problem is that I think he kind of gets caught up in groups of people who may not necessarily be healthy for him, and he gets stuck kind of following. He kind of follows some people that I think that are probably bad for him, but which is why I always try to tell him, get better friends, Trey. You need better influences on you. You are what you eat. VIX is down 4 point, or sorry, I say down. VIX is up 4.04%. AMC is down 1.58. APE is down 3.21. Our combined price right now of AMC and APE is currently at 13.58. And AMC is at 903. APE is at 4.5. 4.5. Let me just pull up something real quick here. 4.5. I think puts us, yeah, that puts us at 26.6% down from 613. There is a strong chance here, guys, and I'm just telling you like I see it. Usually, when you see a 26% failure on a stock, the next turnaround point is going to be 35% down. So I'm just throwing it out there because I like to tell you when I see it, call it like I see it. There are times where we've seen in the past 26% failure points return off of that, but it's far less likely. A 35% turnaround point off of 613 would be $3.98. So be looking for like maybe there's a potential chance here that we move down to what did I just put? Yeah, $4. So just keep that in mind. Don't be deflated by it. It's part of the process. These are very, very common events that occur to, potentially get people to try and fold their positions. And I've linked this before. I'm going to link it again here. This is all very, very. It's designed. It is absolutely designed to work like this to get people to fold out of their positions. So let me just find. Gotta find this real quick. But if you've not read this, this is a link from Jerry Klein. Written in 2014. It's an article that was written in 2014, and he basically outlines like the entire playbook of hedge funds and what they do. And so this kind of price drop is something that should be expected, and it's just simply to try and get people to fold their positions. Where in the world did I put this thing at? Hold on one second. I'm having trouble finding the link. I feel like I need to include this link in the description. I feel like I bring it up enough that it's worthy. Oh, here it is. I don't know why that was so hard to find. But if you've not read this, is a great read. I mean, it's legit like somebody from it's like somebody had a time machine, right? And it's like they knew that they would go into the future and hand us like the blueprints for what hedge funds do on trying to short a stock. And what you're going to do is when you get down to a certain section that talks about like just before it goes into the paragraphs about talking about media assaults and the different type of things that they do to try and drop price, there's a little paragraph in here that says massive counterfeiting can drive the stock price down in a matter of hours on extremely high volume. This is called crashing the stock, and a successful crash is a one-day drop of 20% or a 35% drop in a week. In order to make the crash stick or make it more effective, it is done concurrently with all or most of the following. And then he goes into like media assaults, analyst reports, planning moles and target companies, frivolous SEC investigations, class action lawsuits, interfering with target companies, customers, financings, etc., pulling margin from long customers, paid bashers, all of it's there. The entire playbook is written for you to see. It's everything that you need to know about what it is that we've either experienced or will experience is all outlined for us and written down in an article from 2014. It's insane. And what's even more insane to me is the fact that the playbook has not changed one bit. There's nothing different about the playbook than 20. There might be one thing different. There might be one. I can think of one thing that might be different, but everything else is the same. So just kind of expect to see that as a possibility. Yeah, I don't think it's going to zero either, Derek. We're a long ways away from that. In fact, we've seen the combined price of AMC and APE right now is 1343. We've seen prices much lower than 1343 and have not been as panicked at all. And so it's kind of this been this the split between AMC and APE's kind of been an interesting thing for me to see because I feel like the psychology's changed a little bit within the investors because some people are a little bit panicked over the price of just one or the other, when in actuality, what you need to be looking at is the combined price of the two. And so when you look at that and you're going, okay, we're at 1385. When was guess what price we were at that we got up to in January of last year, right? January of last year was what, 17, right? One of the big launching points for us was about $14 prior to June. So, we're at that price level where we've seen launching points before. So, I'm not sweating it. Grandpa Barney's looking for flat Earth. Nikki says AMC implied volatility is 109.5, even lower. Very good to see. I actually I'm going to show you guys something real quick here. I received a message from a group that I don't want to say who's in the group or anything, but I have there's certain groups that I walk in on the side and Twitter and other places where, we kind of keep each other, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? We keep ourselves in the know of what's happening and what kind of attacks we're seeing in the community. And there was one specifically that I saw that I thought was very, very interesting. I don't see it now. I'm looking for it and I don't see it. There was one where oh yeah, here it is. This is it. I think this is it. Check this out. This is crazy. So like all these bot accounts are saying like the same things over and over and over. Can I zoom in on this? Hold on a second. Like this stuff is crazy. Like I feel like if I zoom in on this too much, it's not going to be you won't be able to read it, but I'll try to read it for you guys so that you can see it. But it says like three different accounts, and it wasn't just three. They actually posted up more. I only copied three of them. There's actually in total, it looks like they had about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different accounts that were posting the exact same thing. where people are saying, I am door dashing for extra money to buy more AMC, HYMC, and a thousand times. They are all on sale today. So this one wrote that this was exact same message and the exact same message. So all these different accounts within the same a very short period of time of each other. This one's 28 seconds, 44 seconds, 47 seconds. These all posted around the same time, and they posted the exact same messages from multiple accounts. So the question becomes is like, what's going on here? What is the message that's trying to be portrayed? Is it trying to portray a message of like people are struggling for money, and they're having to go out and work more to try and invest more into AMC and HYMC? What's the true message that's trying to be portrayed here? Is the true, because I don't really believe that the true message out of that is that they want you to go buy AMC and HYMC. I think the true message there is that they're trying to show people, they're trying to portray that there are people that are struggling, that they're absolutely struggling, and so they're going to have to go get a DoorDash job just to try and make it by. And so I think you got to be really, really careful about who it is that you're watching and what it is that they're saying. If you feel like you're seeing a flip in the community, it may be that you're seeing. You have to really question it. Really, absolutely question. This is why I like hearing people talk with their words. I don't trust everything that is that I read on Twitter. I like to go into space calls and actually hear the sentiment of the people who are talking. There's a big, big difference, absolute big massive difference between the what people are saying and what you're reading. Sammy says, Casey, with the knowledge you have now, do you think Ape was a smart move by Adam Aaron or just something just to make us quiet, please? So I think Ape was a smart move, and I think that it doesn't seem like it's a smart move right now, but I think in time you'll realize that it is. So it's it's real easy to Monday morning quarterback play call something that's been done on a short period of time. I think historically, though, when in the future, I think what you're going to find is that statement won't. If I could copy down your statement right now, Sammy, I have a feeling in the future you'll be embarrassed for even asking, right? Like you'll look back on it and you'll be like, dude, I can't believe I even asked that question. Like legitimate, like your Monday morning quarterbacking right now, and I think it's way too soon. I can't even get charts to accurately show me information right now. So to be passing judgment on Ape and the effects that it's having on the marketplace and the stress that it's putting, I think is way too early. I'm reading through what it is you guys are saying. It's 9 o'clock though, so it's time to take a look at the numbers. But let me just try and read through some of these real quick here. Ben says, "Hey Casey, help me understand why the gaps need to be filled. They don't. They don't need to. I'm going to say that they don't need to be filled. A lot of people will tell you that they need to be filled. I don't believe that they do. I think that I think that the idea behind the technical analysis of looking at those gaps and saying like the market may test those as levels of support and resistance and needing to find support at those levels in order to find more pressure moving upwards or having to backfill some of those empty portions of space in order and finding or filling, I guess filling is the right word, filling the volume in for those particular gaps doesn't necessarily happen and have to happen. So I think it really kind of depends on where you're looking at it from. If you're looking at it from the far future, then the answer might be yes. But if you're looking at from current point in time, gaps don't always have to be filled, right? Or otherwise you would never move up in price. I mean, for example, a great example of what it is that I'm trying to express to you, Ben, is go back and look at at SPY, right? Tell me where the gap fills are on that. show me show me the gap fills on this, unless of course this drop in price that we're going to have here that I'm expecting to see from a market failure is going to be the quote unquote gap fills, right? Well, there's a lot of gapping to be filled there because it hasn't really done it. I don't think they're a myth, Dr. Zeno. I think they're a way to identify where levels of support and resistance have not been developed, and it's a way to kind of determine whether or not price may find support or try to find support and resistance in those levels. I think it's a definite way of looking at charting, um, looking at price levels that hold those levels of buying support and selling support or resistance. Um, and I think they are a thing. They're absolutely a thing. It's just it's you don't absolutely have to fill every single gap. I don't believe that to be true. Just as much, for example, that like when you have a descending broadening wedge, you don't have to. It's like a 62% chance that you're going to see the price move down further on a descending broadening wedge, right? It doesn't necessarily have to do that. It's just that majority of the time it does happen. And so with gap fills, majority of the time gap fills are usually filled, but not always. Doesn't have to be. It's just a way of being able to um, analyze the data and come up with why price may be moving to certain points. Yeah, Brian's saying it way better than I could. Gap fills are just a concept to use as a tool. It's an indicator you can trade on. Exactly. That's Ryan said it way better than I possibly could have. Thank you, Ryan. I'm terrible with words. That is truly and honestly, it's an indicator. It's an indicator that tells you this is a spot where you may see some pricing being filled in order to move to a new level, right? Is it always going to stop there? Maybe not. Is it always going to fill the gap? Maybe not. You don't know, but more often than not, the gaps are usually filled. Not always. This is why absolutes are so dangerous. Don't deal in absolutes. Y'all should know that by now. Y'all graduated high school, I think. And if you didn't, it's cool. It's okay if you got your GED or you didn't finish high school. It's all right. It doesn't. You're here. Doesn't matter. Taking a look at our numbers because it is time. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication. If you have it, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it because it could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. First off, and second off, make sure you get that secondary phone number, like a second phone that you can send the code to, just in case your first phone fails. If you don't have it, guys, check it out. See if you like it. If you don't like it, you can get rid of it, and just say, Casey, that schmuck. I couldn't stand that two-factor authentication, but it may really help save you in the future, and I want you guys to be ultra protected. Ultra. All right, let me pull a few screens over to the side here, and we will take a look at our data. Let's put this right here. Hold on one second. Alrighty, what do we got going on? First things first. Price prediction tally points. Everybody got a point yesterday. Oops, hold on a second here. 1 second. Price prediction tally points for the day today. I've got 1290 to 1590. Keto's got 1239 to 1539, and Monty has 1251 to 1551. I think Eric's going with the same numbers as he had yesterday, 1370 to 1670. Reaching out to him to make sure that's the case. But what do we got going on? For True Demons, MOASS trigger indicators, short exempt volume, day over day was slightly down. I think it was like close to 300,000 and went down to 201.5 thousand. APE increased to 72.8K. Utilization, we are now at day number 155 on 100% utilization on AMC, with 81.35% utilization on APE. Day over day price increase was 2.23% on AMC and down 4.69 on APE. Max pain for the day to day decreased 50 cents. I honestly wouldn't have thought that was going to be the case. I didn't see that coming. Went from $10 yesterday to $9.50 today. Off exchange volume by this time in the morning, I would expect to see somewhere around 44% in off exchange volume to and EDGX be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Let's see what the numbers are now. 44.68, so very, very normal numbers, and 13.85, which is elevated for the EDGX. So we're seeing a little bit of extra volume going through the options exchange. We have 58.53% of our volume going through those two exchanges so far this morning. Not too elevated, but it is elevated. On APE, on the other hand, 57.91% of our volume going through off exchange. EDGX at 17.92 for 75.83% of our volume on APE going through off exchanges this morning. Heavy price. Heavy price. What do you call it? Suppression. Heavy price suppression being manipulated through off exchange this morning on APE. No price discovery being allowed. Let's see here. Let's look at institutional ownership. I don't expect to see anything change here. It was 154.565 earlier this morning. It is now currently at 154.565. No changes. We have to have some 13F filings go through in order for that to change. So far for this morning on AMC, we are showing borrowing of 788,000 shares so far. That's going to increase our short share interest of the free float to 19.47%. Cost to borrow average is at 18.19. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 186.08 million shares. That is down by 1.7 million shares day over day. I'm estimating about 930,000 shares of that was in short interest that was closed. And taking a look at APE. So far this morning, we have 1.58 million shares having been borrowed so far. That's going to increase, well, it actually kind of decreased. For some reason, our short share interest of the free float decreased to 5.95% with an increased borrowing, but whatever. Cost to borrow average is at 7.06%. Shares on loan, 34.63 million. That is 1 million day over day less in volume in shares on loan, which should all be in short interest. Average price, or not average, but price of AMC and APE combined is $13.79. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC struggled to get onto the page yesterday. APE and GME were up there. APE currently has a 66.49% buy to 33.51% sell ratio. GME's coming at 55.4 to 44.6, so they're a little bit lower than I like to see. AMC is not on the top list, likely due to low volume. Low volume, low orders. Trigger price for SSR for AMC for the day-to-day is $8.26. For APE, it's at $4.203. Shares available to borrow so far this morning. It looks like they did borrow off another 100K. Let's see, and then another 35K here. So I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna round up on this one because I didn't see I didn't count the ETFs that were borrowed earlier. So I'm gonna put 1.05 or sorry 0.15 rather. Total amount of shares borrowed so far this morning is 500,000 shares, roughly. Fees are currently at 16.2%. Nasdaq is down 1.03. ETF Dow Jones is down 1.31, and S&P 500 is down 1.32. The market's it's super hot lava floor. Don't touch it because it's going to burn your feet. 5,128 decliners to 1,545 advancers. Not looking good right now. The VIX is up 5.01. VTI is down 1.37. IWD is down 1.52. Tesla is down 0.89, Amazon is down 1.08, Cinemark down 1.86, Doge is down 0.9, Bitcoin is down 3.34, GameStop is down 0.93, HYMC is down 4%, HUD is down 0.83, NCMI is down 2.61, APE is down 1.82, and AMC is down 0.6. Refreshing inflow versus outflow on AMC, we currently have about $800,000 more of outflow than inflow, with 3.63 million shares having been traded so far for the day-to-day. Super low volume, as we were seeing in the pre-market after about 44 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 32.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. So super low volume going on there. On the hourly, we have more. Ooh, that's hard to say. I'm going with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with RSI at 49, which is just slightly, that's pretty much average. On a 30-minute interval, a little bit more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.39, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.48, which is average. On APE, we have $300,000 roughly more in outflow than inflow, with 1.93 million shares having been traded so far for the day today after 45 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for 16.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I went out on a limb, and due to some additional pre-market volume, I went on a limb and said that we might see somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares traded by the end of the day today. It's looking like that's going to be a definite on the limb guesstimate. We have more selling pressure than buying pressure right now on the hourly time interval with a RSI of 36.59, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.3, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.14, which is just about average. On the hourly time interval, looking at Ichimoto for APE, the price is right on the conversion line, and conversion is below base, and lagging line is below price line. So nothing looking bullish yet on AMC, or APE rather. On AMC, on the other hand, earlier this morning, we were in the pre-market. We were actually looking bullish because we had the conversion line crossing the baseline, and the lagging line was crossing or beginning to cross the price line. But as it stands right now, conversion is starting to head back down. Price is starting to head back down. We may not break through the cloud today. The price that I was looking for was $9.69 to break, really start getting some big movements for today. Current price is at $9.16. This could turn into a buy signal right about 9:32. It just depends on how much volume there is. And I'm not expecting a lot of volume today, so probably not confident on a breakthrough here. What am I looking at? Ape and AMC. Man, they almost look exactly the same. Why do they look the same? They're not the same. Okay. I just wanted to make sure because right now the charts on both AMC and Ape look so similar. Very, very similar. Alrighty. With that, I'm done with the numbers. Hopefully I wasn't on the wrong page the whole time. Dang it, I was. I see Doug saying I'm stuck. I don't know why. I swear I keep hitting the right button on that one. So yeah, Eric's going with the same numbers from yesterday, 1370 to 1670 for a combined price on AMC and Ape. Sorry about that, guys. Is there something you want me to go back over? If you want me to go back over something, I will. If there was any specific numbers that you wanted to see. No, drinky drinks tomorrow, man. It's drinky drink Wednesdays. Ice Cream says this is political. How the squeeze will affect the two parties. Outcome for the Dems? Question mark. Outcomes for the Republicans? Question mark. Pros and cons. Markets look to be in a holding pattern until after November elections. You know, one of the things that I thought was really kind of odd, Ice Cream, was who was that? I'm trying to remember when Gary Gensler testified before the Senate hearing. When was it? Last week. One of the things that really stood out to me was the Republicans were kind of getting after him for cryptocurrency um, oversight. And they basically were making it sound like you're wasting your time and your money and your efforts on trying to have oversight of a market that you shouldn't even have anything to do with whatsoever. Um, and I thought it was kind of interesting because it kind of makes me feel like if that's the case, then it sounds to me like you know don't I'm not trying to create a Republican Democrat. I'm a Republican, guys. I'm a Republican. I'm not trying to create a divide between Republicans and Democrats. I'm just telling you how I see it. But to me, it sounds like Republicans are trying to defend or protect the nefarious things that may be happening in cryptocurrencies. And to me, that's very telling. It's very, very telling. It tells me that there's perhaps a lot of corruption and money that's happening in cryptocurrencies that they don't want to be touched. They want that to be unfettered and um, I don't know, something, some other word, uninhibited on how much they can potentially use those cryptocurrencies for to basically pump and dump. And that to me, that's telling. It's very, very telling. Broke Ape says, yes, KC, the amount of shorts closed on AMC. The amount of shorts closed is what you want me to show you. I don't know that do I show that? I mean, I say it, but I don't think I show it though. I mean, all I really show is this, I just show you what I have to show on Ortex data, right? And so usually all I show is like on loan amount. Day over day on loan amount decreasing, went from 188.79 to 186, which is basically 1.7 million shares having been returned. And then when you take the estimated short share interest of the free float, which dropped from 19.57 down to 19.39, you can extrapolate that information and basically determine that roughly around 930,000 of those shares, the 1.7 million that were returned, was in short interest. So, but this is all based off of estimates here. It's not based off of like factual numbers. You don't get the factual reporting until later down the road. So I'm working off of estimates that are being reported. And then for APE, your on loan amount dip of 1 million day over day looks like that. With your estimated short share interest, the free float dropping from 6.09 to 6. Unencumbered. Thank you. Unabridged. Unencumbered is, I think, the word I was looking for. I have to say, even because I did say that I was Republican, I have to say that I am probably I'm more fiscally a Republican than I am what's the other word? whatever the whatever the other thing is, like all the other topics, abortion and death penalty, and I'm a little more centralist on that, or maybe like less. I'm not as far hard right on a lot of those other topics. I'm more of a fiscal Republican than anything. I want to see balanced budgets. A lot of people have told me in the past that I would probably make for a great um, I can't think. I'm so bad with words today. Man, the words are really escaping me. But sometimes there's times where I wonder if I actually am a Republican, and it's just because I don't really care what people do in their own personal lives. What you want to do is your own choice. I really just care about the budget. I want to see a balanced budget, and I want to see people. I want to see people, but I don't even think the Republicans do a great job of balancing the budget. So there's that too. I don't like getting all political on here. I really try to avoid it. Oh, Casey, all the CEOs of the big banks headed to Congress to testify. They are whining about having to come up with more collateral. I for that's what today was. Is it? Hold on a second. Where are they going? Their Congress. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find that. Hmm. I'm looking to see if there's a way for me to. I would love to see what it is that they have to say. Hmm.
I'm incredibly grateful to them for their leadership, as well as every volunteer who pitched in at evacuation sites from Hemet to Temecula. To everyone with
Did you guys hear about that earthquake in Mexico? Not sure if you guys heard about it. It was like 7 point something, 7.5. I saw like two, I think I saw about two videos, maybe three videos of some of the, because I just got done telling you guys I can't feel earthquakes. Some of the three videos that I've seen so far, I'm sitting there watching those videos going like, that just looks like CGI to me because I can't imagine like what that would be like to be in that situation, to see vehicles like bouncing around like that. It's insane. I think that the three videos that I saw, one was it looked like it was maybe like a wedding reception, maybe in a high rise. I don't know for sure. At first, I thought the video was a boat, but it was actually I think in a like a high rise or something like that. The second video, The second video was like just out. It seemed like out in the country or just in a little city someplace or whatever. But the vehicles were just like literally like just bouncing around, and that they were showing on the video. And then the third video that I saw was there was this gigantic counterweight ball, and I think it was in a skyscraper that was moving around and adjusting to try and counterbalance the shocks from the earthquake. It was really impressive. But man, I think 7.5. PC3 says, how about the SEC solve the stock market manipulation, then move on to crypto? Do your main job first. I could support that. I could get behind that. Looks like everybody else could too. Man, I'm way behind here. Let me try and catch up. Etherizing says more leaning left, middle of the road on finance maybe. It's I feel like yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know where I stand on politics anymore, quite honestly. Um, if it were my way, I would start a new party. Yeah, not independent. There's somebody else was telling me something else. There's another category for people who are like fiscally responsible, but also very could potentially be liberal, but not necessarily. The apes me salutes the apes in you says I have become more right wing the older I get. Yeah, I'm definitely fiscally conservative. I really think we need to have a balanced budget. Like people need to like. I'll tell you what. You know what? Here's what I have a problem with in our government these days. The motto of if you don't use it, you lose it needs to be abolished. It needs to be absolutely abolished. Government sectors that can cut back or make cutbacks on their own and become more efficient should be rewarded. Should be rewarded with more money. The less you use, the more you get. That's how it should be. Change it around. Flip the tables on everybody. Flip it all around. The more money you save, the more money we're going to give you because you're doing the right thing. That's what you need to do. People who are budgets are increasing year over year exponentially, like just way outside the means of whatever a normal standard growth is. Those are the ones that you need to take the money away from. Like force those agencies to start finding ways to save money. Like legitimately, we need to flip the tables on everything. It's really backwards, right? Like one of the things I don't understand the most. This is a backwards idea, but this is kind of what I'm talking about. In Texas, and I don't know if this is in every state, but in Texas, if you drive an older vehicle, your registration costs less. Your registration, the more value your car holds, the more your registration is going to cost you. It's backwards. Why is it backwards? They're saying that the reason that I need to pay more for my car being on the road is because it saves on energy, it costs more. Like, what's the reasons behind that? Like, legitimately, the cars that you want to get off the roads are the ones that are old. You want people to go out and start buying new cars. Force the people who have old vehicles to be the ones that pay higher registrations because those cars are more damaging on the roads. They consume more fuel. They're less fuel efficient. Um, the carbon emissions are more worse. Like legit, like they are doing the wrong thing. Like you need to spin that shit around, turn it around the other way, and tell people who are driving older vehicles they got to pay more. You want to have to pay less for your vehicle? You go find a new vehicle. You go find something that's going to meet the standards of what it is that we need to have on the roads right now. That's what we need to do. And so that's the same kind of thing that we need to do in the government. We need to spin around and say, like, you spend less, you get more. We're going to reward you. We're going to give you more money because you're finding ways to do your job more efficiently, and we want to reward that. That's the kind of thing that we need to start seeing have happen. Now, I've said like so much here, and it's like you guys are probably like adding to this or like disagreeing or whatever. I'm not even reading it. Season Curly says there's zero incentive for the government to be efficient. Quite the opposite, actually. Exactly. And that's why I'm saying we need to change that mentality. We need to absolutely change that mentality and reward our government for being more efficient with its money. Reward it when it's efficient and and not discipline, but punish it. Same thing. Punish it, punish it, punish it, punish it when it's go spank it real hard when it's being a bad boy and spending too much money. Yo says Casey Barclays and Morgan Stanley sued for VIX manipulation. I don't doubt it, dude. I don't doubt it. I know what's been going on over there, and I don't doubt it one bit. The money that was injected, into from the accidental money that was injected into the market by Barclays last, when was that? I don't remember when it was, but it was ridiculous. I have never ever seen anything like this in my entire life, guys. This is the most ridiculous thing. A weekly chart here. I'll never forget this. This will forever be ingrained in my mind. 4 candles of red on a weekly chart. 4 weeks of upwards momentum, and the candles are red. Show me. Find me. I will send you a Casey's AMC mug if you can go find me someplace else where you find 4 red weekly candlesticks that are heading upwards in an upwards momentum anywhere. Just find it. Find that someplace else and tell me that is sheer manipulation right there of something that's not supposed to. This isn't supposed to happen. This is not. I've never seen this before. This is craziness. That's absolute craziness. I don't get it. I know it's being manipulated, man. And I'm glad they're getting sued for it. Casey Shaw, the third you're referring to. Nah, it's not libertarian. I don't want to say it's libertarian. It was something else. I can't remember what it's called, though. Sam says everything is to get more money as taxes, and to push money into businesses. Then the politicians get kickbacks. Do you guys remember? Do you remember back? I want to say it was like the Clinton era. In the Clinton era, big business was banned from being able to make donations to political parties. Do you remember that? I kind of want to go back to that. I really kind of want to go back to that because I think like I don't think that businesses should be deciding the outcomes of our futures. I think we the people, not we the business, we the people should be deciding the outcomes of our government. And so when you start donating money or you allow people to donate money from companies into the campaigns of elected officials or potential elected officials, candidates, that's a problem. It's a major, major, major problem. We need to go back to that. I think we really need to go back to that. I want to get rid of businesses inside of our government. I really do. Ryan says, I'm kind of proud of some of the budget towards the military. I was bitching about missiles cost for the over 20 years, and they finally got some of the prices down on some of the munitions. Yeah, man, the government, the military spends way more money than they should on a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. There's so much that could be trimmed in the military, and I'm not talking about I'm not talking about taking away from pay of people. I'm not talking about cutting down bases. I'm talking about how much they pay for stuff. They pay exorbitant amounts for things that they shouldn't have to. Absolutely ridiculous. Barry Electronics says, yeah, but people who drive old vehicles can't afford to buy a new car, so higher rates will only push them further in the hole. So the way that I would describe that, Barry, is it's going to roll downhill, right? So the people who are buying new cars, if they know that they buy more cars, then they're going or newer cars that they're going to lower the amount that it's going to cost them for registration, right? Which means more newer cars are going to start making it to the market sooner, meaning it's going to be more affordable for those people who have older vehicles to start buying newer cars more often. It all trickles downhill at that point, right? You're causing an effect inside the market chain of buying and selling of vehicles to start happening in a more appropriate fashion to where cars are cycled through quicker. So people will be able to get those cars that cost less on a registration faster. But it's a different way of thinking, man. It's a total different way of thinking. You have to. I know it's gonna cost less or cost more, but the other thing too is Barry, is that there's way more older vehicles out there that can be taxed than there are vehicles that are newer, right? And so that's going to draw more money in, and so maybe be able to reduce the amount of taxation, right? Because you've got older vehicles, you can reduce the amount of taxation because you've got more people paying into it, right? So it won't be um, as hefty of a burden as you might think. It's not independent. It's not Tea Party. Ryan says corporations are people. I don't believe so. Corporations are entities, and I don't think that they are the people. People are not corporations, and I think it's a big mistake to think that they are. Sir Bika says, Hakach. That's right, Hakach it. Season Curly says lobbying is legal corruption. It's insane. It is. It's very, very insane, and I think we need to move back to that. Really, I'm a firm believer that we need to move back to getting rid of the money. Because I mean, it just begs for some kind of like paying off somebody to do something. It reeks of it. It reeks of the idea that somebody's going to get paid off to say or do something to get elected by a business. American Trader says, I think the government should give every candidate an equal sum to campaign. Dude, that would be awesome. That would be absolutely awesome, American Trader. I think it's an amazing idea. I would love to see that happen because guess what? Guess what that does? It forces each one of those individuals to go out and show what they can do with a budget, right? Like dude, you're giving me chills, man. You're giving me chills. Like legitimate, like it would show what kind of person that person is. Like, can they budget? Can they go out and actually take money that's been given to them, that's been said, like, here you go. Here's the money that you've been given to allocate towards your election. What are you going to do with that? How are you going to spend your money? And we can watch them spend their money. Watch how they spend their money and see what kind of leader that person is. I think that's an amazing idea, American Trader. Like every single person has like a cap, depending on the position, right? Like whatever the position is, they get some kind of cap on how much they can spend. It doesn't matter if it comes from their own pocket or not. They can only spend so much. Like it doesn't matter how much they get given to them or whatever. Like they can only spend so much. A cap. That's an amazing idea. And then watch people actually go out there and do their campaigns and see how they spend their money. Javi the Great Man, I love you too. No FOMO. Yeah, we did it, Doug, but I had it. I'll show it to you real quick here. I had it kind of, I guess apparently I wasn't on the right page at the time. So for Ape, and you're looking at the left-hand side of the screen right now. For Ape, the lagging line is below price line. Price is below conversion, and conversion is below base, and we're obviously below the cloud. I do think there's a chance that we see price push down to the 440 range, or $4 range rather. Currently at 452. The reason I say that is because it's not very often that we see a 26% drop in price without making it down to 35. Not very often. It does happen, but it's more rare than it is. It's more the exception to the rule. And then looking at AMC, we had a good setup for a push through a red cloud on AMC. We had the lagging line that was getting ready to break the price line. We had the conversion line that had crossed the base. But unless we can continue to maintain a price above, I don't know, 939, we're not going to see the push through the cloud here. So, and as it stands right now, because the market's going down in value, we're going to go down with it, and there's just no way that we can stop that from happening. So price is going to continue to move down with the market, and so the chance of us breaking through the front side of this red cloud is less likely than breaking through the back side of the cloud, which is starting to get thinner. So that could be like leading into next week. Savvy says, Casey, have you looked at Bitcoin today? I have not. But I do see that. I mean, we kind of touched over it. I didn't really look at it. It's down to 18.9. It's really got to break, like, I think 17.5 is what it's got to break for it to really see the big fall. But it is inside my box. I think I might have said 18.4 or break. Yeah, I think I said 18.5 or 18.4. And I should have said 17.5 because I think that's the level of support that we've got to break through to really see the fall start to happen. Even though I do have the red line at 19.4, that's kind of the support line. Once it breaks past it, it may hit a couple levels of this support that you can see here that's happened quite a few times at 18.8, which is just about where it's at right now. So it's really close. It's really, really super close. I thought it was going to be this weekend, but because they do usually like to try to drop that over weekends, like at night when nobody's watching. Neo says the VIX looks like she wants to run. Dude, yeah, I know. I know it. You're preaching to the choir, buddy. Let's see, we put on the daily. She's definitely looking like it. I got the box drawn out here for the middle of like next month. But we've seen the PPT come through quite a few times now on that. We'll see what happens. Adam Aaron's very quiet on Twitter, other than giving props to the Queen. I'm sure he's quietly working on something behind the scenes. Etherizing says the real culprit is the auto finance director who signs you up at the buying meeting, giving you stuff you don't need, like undercoating, engraved identifiers on windows, etc. Oh, it's only $11 a month. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely new cars that are more affordable that are out there. And I get what you're saying too, in regards to like a lot of the added costs come from those extra, the warranties that they try to sell you and all that kind of stuff. You could definitely get a car but at the same time though, what I forget who said it, but what somebody else was talking about there was, oh, I don't remember who it was, but anyways, the idea that the people who can't afford vehicles may be looking or be in the price range for vehicles somewhere between like $2,000 to $5,000, right? So what are the chances that they're going to be able to find a brand new vehicle at $2,000 to $5,000 without getting raped by registration fees? And all I would say to that is that the registration fees with as many older cars that should be on the road, an impact of reversing a plan like that to where people who are since there's always going to be older cars on the roads more so than newer cars should not have any impact on change of government what's the word I'm looking for, governmental increase on funds that are earned from the taxation change, meaning that since there's more people who are providing money from used cars that are on the road, it shouldn't increase a whole lot how much it is that they're paying because there's a lot more older cars out there. So it'll be minimal, and they can still find their 2 to 5K vehicles and pay fractionally more on the registration. You'd be talking maybe $50 every year more. That's not that terrible. Neo says not all problems are fixed with money, and you know what? That's another great point, Neo. That is a absolutely wonderful point. Um, if you want to see somebody work under a budget, and you want to see whether or not they can get people or activate people to do something within the community to help out, imagine how much free advertising you can get if you can motivate a group of people to do something to actually actively push for you as a candidate, right? So if you want to know who's going to be the good leader, it's also going to be the person who goes out there and gets people to back their ideas and actually support them. People who feel like they can stand behind a good leader, right? So you're going to find not only going to find out whether or not they can handle budget, but you're going to find out real quick whether or not they can mobilize people to do things, right? Isn't that the kind of person you want to have as a leader? Somebody who mobilizes you and causes you to want to make things better? That's what you should want. You should want somebody who's going to go out there and be like, guys, we're going to get this job done and we're going to do it together. And everybody goes out and they get the job done. That's what you should want. You should want to be like actively happy about who it is that's serving as your government officials, that you want to go out and do things to make things better because you know it's going to impact everybody and make things better for everybody. That's what you should want. The Apes and Me salutes the Apes and you says, when do you think we might see a market recovery 2024? Question mark. I went back to 2008 and 2001, was kind of looking at the recovery of those, just kind of using them as like baselines, and they were 2.5 years to hold on a second. I don't know if it's 2.5 years to full recovery. Let me go back here and look at them real quick again. I know that sounds like a really long time. You're like, dude, that's a long time. I'm pretty sure that was to a full recovery on both of those. Let me just make sure. Yeah, so not a full recovery. I think what you're looking for is how long to find a bottom, because really, like, I don't know. All right, so the drop on 2008 really kind of started about it started in September of 2007 and went until about March of 2000. It found a bottom in March of 2009, right? So that's a 2.5 year. Is that no, it's less than that. Hold on. Did I say 7? It's a year and a half. And the bottom on, hold on a second, I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry, give me a second. And the bottom on 2008 looks like it started right around like, again, September of 2007 and went to March of no, I just read that one to you. That's the one I just read. The one from 2001 or 2000 had a top at March of 2000 and found a bottom in September of 2002. So like, I don't know, I would say like to find the bottom 2 years, because then you have recovery after that. So if you want to say that our top right here was started on January of this year, then you'd be looking at like, you could be looking to like middle of next year to end of next year before finding a bottom. That's using historical data to try and like determine the parameters of how long something like this could take. I don't know if I would use just 2 data points like that. I would actually go back further in history and use other points in time, but you might actually find some very similar data as well. I know myself and Adam, we had gotten together to try and figure out like what full recovery would look like, and I think we were looking at like 4 to 6 years. I think is what we were looking at, full recovery. In other words, like you hit bottom and then you find it, you recover back to wherever level we're at the top. Neo says, I think Powell benched the PPT for now. Well, we'll see tomorrow. I think we'll see tomorrow, right? Like that should be a thing. Barry Electronics says it's the people that drive older gas burning cars that pay the high fuel taxes that keep the roads in decent shape. It's the wrong way to look at it though. Like I get what you're saying, like they're getting the taxes through the gasoline consumption. But that's the wrong way to look at it though, Barry. Because all you're doing is you're promoting people to spend more on gas to fix the roads. Why not just get better fuel efficient burning vehicles that don't destroy the roads as much, and not have to tax people as much? Like, doesn't that seem to be a little bit more beneficial? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like you're saying, like, let's spend more so that we can fix more. And I'm saying, well, maybe we should just not spend as much and not harm as much. I don't know. There's different ways to look at it. Yeah, Habitual says that the criminal those laws about the criminals getting released. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that. I don't even know what to say about that. Apes and you salutes the apes and me, or the other way around. You're welcome. Sam says 2008. Only problem is to do an income class reset today. You also need to do crash crypto with the market and real estate. I understand what you're saying, Sam. I really do understand what you're saying right there, and I'm on board with what you're saying. And so what you're suggesting is that it may actually be like a combination of 2001 and 2008 all lumped into one, and then some, right? Like because you're not even that's not even including like cryptocurrencies, but and I'm not gonna say that I disagree with you. I actually agree with you quite a bit. I just I don't want to believe in a dark outcome like that. I feel like there's only so much you can throw at people. You know, if I truly and honestly told you it was the end times, who's going to listen to me? I'm I'm not saying that. What I'm trying to say though is that it could definitely look darker, and and it could be very very scary. But at this point in time, all I'm willing to talk about is seeing a possible bottom compared to the past, most recent past. Einstein says Putin to do a live broadcast to Russian people about Ukraine tonight. War over and markets fly? Question mark. I don't know, man. Would they fly? Uh, I'll tell you what. They might fly off the get-go, but I'll tell you what'll stop them in their tracks. FOMC raising 75 points. Yeah, watch that happen. Watch them say war's over tonight, Einstein, and then watch markets open up like super super green tomorrow, and then get absolutely trashed by the FOMC, the 75 basis points that we're gonna get here. Apes and me salutes to Apes and you says, what do you think keeps apes in this play from a general sense? That's a great question. It really, truly, and honestly is a great question. I sit in. Hold on a second. I gotta read this. Somebody said something about, is that a new van or you're sitting in? Nope, it's one of the ones that's gonna get charged extra, extra, extra money. That's a great question, though, as far as in regards to what do I think keeps apes in this play from a general sense, and I'd like to answer that, but give me some time to think about it because while inherently it should be a really easy question, I want to give you what I see as the truth from how I see things from different perspectives when I kind of go out into the community and kind of pick and grab and listen to what different people are saying here and there. I feel like a lot of it. I mean, I feel like the easy answer is to just say the frustration of a manipulated market. And I think that's what keeps most people here. The idea that people are really frustrated with what's been happening, seeing it happen firsthand. Um, but initially, I think a lot of people were here to make money, MOASS money, right? But I think what keeps people here is knowing that the system is so screwed up, and we see it getting screwed up, and it's like making us more and more determined. I think to continue to win this thing, to try and win this. So, I think the true answer is that it's the manipulation in the market that we see that keeps us here, even though that may not necessarily been the original reason why we came here. But we can disagree and still be friends. Sam says Biden just lifted the emergency classification of COVID, so expect a new emergency soon. Archer says 61% of Americans living paycheck to paycheck, not a lot of disposable income left over for most. I mean, I think we're seeing a strain. I mean, you can go look at a lot of the different numbers, but I think we're seeing a strain. I just pulled this up the other night. Let me see. Let me show this to you. Um, so this is Center for Microeconomic Data from the New York Fed .org. I refreshed this just the other night. I don't think refreshing is going to help any, but the non-housing debt Hold on a second. I hit refresh. Let me make sure you guys can see this. The non-housing debt for Q1 of 2022 is absolutely skyrocketing, right? Same with the housing debt as well. There's no doubt in my mind here that people are seeing a stress on debt in their households, right? Like, I mean, it's pretty obvious. If you go back to Q1 of 2020, the difference in non-housing debt went from 4.2 trillion to 4.45 trillion, and that's just in non-housing debt. In housing debt from Q1, it went from 10.10 trillion to 11.71 trillion. So there's some definite stresses in total debt that we're seeing here in the U.S. You can look back to 2008 and you can see where this kind of hit a peak right around like Q1 of 2008 and then started heading back down as people started. Uh, I think as there was some debt forgiveness that was occurring during that period of time. But then we started ramping right back up again, starting around Q2 of 2013, and it's starting to incline even more right now. So debt in households is not it hurts. Charles says, "Isn't that conservative?" I'm not sure what you're talking about. It's been too long. I don't know what you're. Here's the other part. Cody says, "What keeps apes in this play is AMC is the only company owned by retail." I think the other part to that too is that a lot of us recognize the fact that AMC is not going anywhere. We know that this company can be successful and that it can survive. And the idea that that we caught hedge funds, with their hands in the cookie jar. Um, MOASS or no MOASS, somebody's going to be paying some money, and it doesn't matter one way or the other because I know it's a good play. I know a lot of people who are in this know that it's still a good play, but it's not necessarily about that though. It's about, for me, I know for some people it is, but for some people it's also about other things. If you want to continue to trade in this market where it's as corrupt as it is, and you don't want to see any changes whatsoever, that's cool. That's cool, man. That's awesome. I don't. I don't. I don't want to be a part of this market anymore. It's just way too manipulated for my liking, and I just don't want to be a part of it. It's not something I want to. I want to see something better. I want something better for my kids, my kids. I want to see something better for my grandparent. I should say grandparent. My mom. I want to see something better for them, and I don't know. If you're just here for the money, that's cool. I want more. Savvy says, "You're not kidding. I seriously pay 40% more at the grocery store." Cody says, "Let me know another company that is more than 90% retail owned, and I'll invest in it also." GME. uh, I don't want to go there, Cody. I can't go around naming off names. I got a couple I could probably throw at you, but whatever. This leads to the whole thing that I'm talking about. Like, do you really want to be a part of this market? Do you want to continue to be a part of this market when we know there's companies out there that are over 90% owned by retail, and yet price and they're holding and price goes down? And it's like, dude, like what the heck? Like, it shouldn't be like that. There's some major fraud in our markets right now, and it's not cool. It's not cool to us. It's not cool to the rest of the world. The rest of the world is actually going to pay for this, guys. Not pay for this, but everybody's going to suffer from our markets having a failure. When our markets have a failure, that has an impact worldwide, and other people have to suffer the consequences. It doesn't just affect us, guys. It's not just us. You should be wanting this for everybody. But some people don't care about anybody else but their pocketbooks. And that's cool. I see a bigger picture, though. I see a much bigger picture. Screw my pocketbook, man. I want to see people win. People deserve to win, especially when they're playing by the rules. So screw the hedgies. Screw them. Oh man, you're right. He never did say that, but I'm pretty sure that it is though, Cody. If you go back and you look at it, I think it probably is. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. It is time. Shimmer wrote, Griffin, the founder and CEO of Citadel, whose net worth is estimated by Bloomberg at $29 billion, recently won an approval from local officials for a 44,000 square foot mansion that he plans to build. You know, that's cool. I wonder how many people he's gonna throw into his house that can live there rent free while they're trying to get back up on their feet again. Because he's got nothing else better to do with the money, you know? Just curious. I wonder if it'll be a halfway house for somebody at all, or if it's just going to be a bunch of people who work for him. All right, two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. You could keep somebody out of your account, and that might be a good thing. Maybe also make sure that if you're going to try out two-factor authentication, make sure you put in a secondary phone number in there so that in case something should happen, that you can keep another phone available to get that code if you need to. Let's take a look at our numbers. I'm going to move a couple screens over here real quick since I got you guys on the other page. Give me just a second. All right. Off exchange. An hour ago is 44.68. EDGX is at 13.85. Usually by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% in the off exchange and about 11 to 12% through the EDGX. Right now on AMC, we've got 51.18 through off exchange for AMC and 11.58 for the EDGX, which both numbers are actually the off exchange is elevated. EDGX is normal. Combined total between those two is 62.76% of our volume going through those two exchanges. That is definitely elevated data. Looking at APE, same rules apply. 57.79 on off exchange right now and 15.85 through the EDGX for a grand total 73.64% of our total volume going through those two exchanges. Heavy price suppression going on in off exchanges for APE today. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there on AMC, there was 788,000 shares having been borrowed. It is now showing 1.72 million. That's going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 19.51%. Cost to borrow averages at 17.94. Shares on loan is at 186.08 million shares. Day over day, that is a decrease in 1.7 million shares on loan. I'm estimating about 930,000 of that to be in short interest. Taking a look at APE. As of an hour ago on APE, we had approximately 1.58 million shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 410,000 shares. That's going to have a decreasing effect on the short share interest of the free float to 5.95%. Cost to borrow average at 7.11. Shares on loan for the day today is 1 million less than it was the previous day at 34.63 million shares on loan. All of that in short interest. Taking a look at options. I am looking at the AMC1 options chain, which includes APE and AMC in it. Highest amount of volume for the day-to-day is currently showing for calls at a $16 strike. That is $1 higher than it was yesterday. And there's currently only 91 contracts open. On the puts, at a $12 strike, which is $2 lower than yesterday, there's 131 contracts. So we got a little more volume on the puts than we have on the calls, and the market suggesting a closing price of APE and AMC together of somewhere between $12 and $16 by the end of the day today. The combined price currently for AMC and APE is at $13.68. It does appear that we have a little bit of a wedge kind of going on right now. I actually kind of want to draw this just a little bit differently. I'll just leave it. That's fine. We do have ascending price with what appears to be falling volume, which should be bearish. So we'll likely see price. The chances of seeing price break out up is less, especially with the trend channel pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge. Actually, I changed that. I totally forgot. The trend channel usually, if it points at the bottom, it'll break the opposite way, which is up. So I have conflicting data here. The upwards trend in price and the downwards trend in volume gives me a bearish signal, but the trend line is pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge, which sometimes means it'll break out up. So I don't have a prediction really as to which way this is going to move, but I will try to draw a box. I don't do this very often in here. Can I do an info line? What does this do? No, that's not what I want. I don't do this very often in here. What do I want to draw? Somewhere in here. I don't know. This is not how I do. I don't normally use TradingView for my drawings. So I'm not quite sure where I can draw a box from. Let me just check here real quick. Oh, here we go. This might be it. There we go. So leaving out just the tip, we may see a breakout here somewhere around 11:28 Eastern to maybe 11:40ish range. That is the combined price of AMC and APE together. Orders by Fidelity customers. APE has a 66.5% buy to 33.4% sell ratio. Looking strong there. We are on the top 30 list. GME is down at 29th with a 56.6% buy to 43.3% sell. So it's struggling with volume as well. SSR's trigger price is $8.26. The trigger price for SSR on APE is $4.203. Shares borrowed in the last hour looks like another 10,000 has been borrowed, but I don't do it unless it's 50,000. I already rounded up once, so I'm not going to count this just as of yet. Fees for borrowing right now are at 16.2%. Total amount of shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day, according to Stonko Tracker, 500,000. NASDAQ is down 0.55, Dow Jones is down 1.05, the S&P 500 is down 0.99. We currently have a hot lava floor. Don't touch it because this market's looking like trash. 4,924 decliners to 1,814 advancers. I laugh in the face of fear. VIX is up 3.14, VTI is down 1.06, IWD is down 1.32, Tesla is up 0.75, Amazon is down 0.6, Cinemark down 2.01, Doge is up 0.55, Bitcoin is down 2.27, GME is down 0.35, HYMC is down 6.22, Hood is down 1.02, NCMI is down 2.9, Ape is down 3.1, and AMC is down 0.82. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have $1 million more in outflow than inflow with volume of 5.81 million shares traded for the day today. Let's check out and see what kind of pace we're on after 108 minutes of trading. Looks like we're on pace for about 20.98 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 10 to 20 or 10 to 30 million. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of sorry, I got a text and I was looking at it. RSI of 46.05, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.11, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.12, which is just slightly below average. And we do have a convergence and heading into a divergence of buying and selling pressure. So we got a crossover on the vortex indicator. On APE, we have approximately 600,000 more in inflow, 600,000 more in inflow than outflow. Volumes at 2.86 million. Looking like I'm not going to hit my target number. The pre-market volume was very, very deceiving. 2.87 after 109 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 10.2 million shares by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 to 30 million, and I upped my numbers because I was doing 4 to 24. But we had so much pre-market volume that I thought there was a chance we might actually see 10 million today. Whether or not that comes in the form of late afternoon volume, we'll have to see. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.84, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 37.378, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.88, which is just slightly below average. And it really looks like we're getting a lot of consolidation right now on APE, very similar to what we're seeing on the overall. I said APE, I meant AMC. Very, very similar to what we were seeing on the combined price of the two. I think this is going to break out like any minute. It's getting really close. Leaving out just the tip. In this particular case, on this trend channel, we're looking at price moving up, volume moving down. This is, again, same thing, bearish signal, followed by trend channel. Looks to be pointing at the bottom side of the wedge, which should mean breaking out, going up. But, I mean, well, it's conflicting data, so hard to say on this one. On APE, same thing. APE has Looks like it has more of a chance of breaking down than AMC does. Shimmer says Ken Griffin oh, you already read. Oh, no. There it is. I didn't read this. I thought it was the same message. Ken Griffin, the beachfront estate with a couple of parcels on the intercoastal waterway, lies a quarter-mile south of former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club. Joe Dirt says, "Don't you have a crystal ball with WTF?" I know, right? I think I broke it. Thanks, Doug. Thanks for letting me know. I probably am just hitting the button like really, really lightly, and so it's not activating when I try to switch over to the other page. I need to mash it. Mash the button. Rum Taco says, "I just don't realize why I got all these other balls with it. Do they give it superpower for seeing ahead?" And let me check Twitter real quick here just to make sure we haven't got any posts from Adam. No posts from Adam. Check the news, and then I'm going to go to break. What the heck? Go back. Benzinga's got an article in here where it looks like it. I'm not sure if it's I can't tell if this without clicking on this. I can't tell if this is in favor of apes or trying to pit us against each other. Let me read it here. Let me just go through the rest of these real quick and make sure there was not something else. Okay, yeah. So the only article that I see here is from 20 hours ago from Benzinga. The article title is "Battle of the Apes: GameStop, AMC Entertainment, Ape ahead of the Fed decision. Here are the patterns to watch." Excuse me. Let's see here. I guess I'll read what it is they got to say. GameStop Corporation (GME) was holding strong Monday morning, rising up over 3.5% higher at one point before being knocked down to trade slightly lower in the afternoon. And AMC Entertainment attempted to break higher as well, but ran into groups of sellers, with Ape taking the brunt of the bearish price action, trading down over 5%. The three stocks are showing signs of indecision as the general market ahead of the Federal Reserve's decision to interest rate hikes expected on Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Consumer Price Index released by the U.S. Labor Department last week showed inflation remained elevated above expectations in August, despite four different separate rate hikes initiated in March May, June, and July. The news brought fear that the Fed would could hike the rates 75% or 0.75%, or even by a full percentage point later this week. On Monday, AMC, APE, and GameStop were trading on lower than average volume, which indicates traders and investors may be waiting to hear how high the central bank will hike rates before entering into the new positions. Here's a look at the three stocks. Let's see. Yeah, see, they're doing so. This is what I was talking about. I'm kind of curious, like legit, like whoever wrote this article, they're working off of charts that are not like who's doing this? I see. I don't agree with this. This is like really bad reporting, in my opinion. But let me just show you guys this. So I'll read the chart to you first here. Let me see. It says AMC started trading in a downtrend on September 12th after topping out at 1075. The most recent lower high with the trend was formed on September 15th at 1039, and the most recent confirmed lower low was printed at the 921 level the day prior. On Monday, AMC was working to print an inverted hammer candlestick on the daily chart, which could indicate the next lower low as occurring or is occurring, and the stock will bounce up on Tuesday. An inverted hammer candlestick found in a downtrend can indicate the temporary bottom is in. But Tuesday's candle will have to print for verification. AMC has resistance above 990 and 1222 and support below at 851 and 747. Now this is the thing that I'm just going to touch on right here, like this chart that they've legit like got pulled up here. I wonder if I can zoom in on this. What I want you to notice is obviously they're using TradingView for this chart. Can I zoom in on this? All right. So what I want you to notice is the first thing I usually look for is the time interval, which is right there, and it's showing 1 day, right? And I got done talking about this earlier, and of course I can't draw because I don't have that setting changed on my mouse yet. 1 day, right? So that's your time interval. Each one of these candlesticks is 1 day long. And if you notice right here, and it may be really hard to see, but I'll just tell you right now that $20.30 looks like 36 cents is this white line right here, right? So that means if you come over to TradingView, this is horribly wrong. This is horribly wrong. If I come over to TradingView and I just put in AMC, I go to the daily, and I go to that same point that they've got marked out right here. You can see here on this chart, as I zoom in on this, that this candlestick, or the same exact one that they were showing on theirs, right? This one right here, it shows right here. It says March down at the bottom, April right here. So you're looking like right there, right? Same exact point. This TradingView is showing the high on this is 2109. Now the date on this, since we're on the dailies here, it's on the 29th of March for the day, right? So the high is showing it at 2109, right? 2109. God, it's so hard to draw with this mouse set up the way it is. 2109. So now if I take the same indicator, right, and I take this down to the hourly, what did we say the date was again? It was March 29th. If we go down to the hourly and we zoom in on March 29th, there's your high. $21.08. Okay. Let's look at 4 hour. $21.08. So, and we'll go 2 hour just for the fun of it. March 29th, 2108. So they've got pretty much the same price in there, every single spot, right? So that's great. That's all awesome and everything. But guess what? That wasn't the price on March 28th, right? It really was not the price. If you go back, and you can pull this from many different locations, but because I live stream, you can actually go back to my live stream on the 29th if you wanted to, since it is a historical documentation of what's happened. And what you're going to find out is that on March 29th, we actually had a price of 34.33, not the value of 2109. So if I come back here on Webull on the 1 hour chart, and we go back to March 29th, 34.33, March 29th. So here's the problem I have. Benzinga is using charting on a daily chart to find trends for a price that is inaccurate because it was 34.33, not 2109. That skews all of the data on this page. Every single piece of data on this entire page is now incorrect. You can't chart with a normalized chart. You can't make presumptions off of some of the movements here when all this data has been skewed because of a stock split and it's not accurate. You can't do that. This is sloppy. Very, very slop writing. My writing is sloppy. And just as bad as my writing is, so is their technical analysis. Their technical analysis is about as sloppy as my writing is. You just can't do it. It's incorrect data. They're just Gorilla Gardener. They're more suggestive points, not necessarily like absolutes, but more historically, like what I tend to see have happen over time is price doesn't usually drive down to the very end portion of a trend. It usually breaks before then. It didn't quite break here in my box, as you can see on AMC. How are we looking over at Ape here? Ape might actually break at the box. It just kind of depends. It's more of a anytime you ever see my boxes, they're suggestive points, and they're completely based off of what I've kind of seen over long periods of time of tracking data. That's kind of how I tend to see it break. So it's not 100%. Like there's no way that I'm going to nail it every single time. Skewed, screwed, skewered, doesn't matter. Heather Ising says, inept, incompetent work. Geez, I know, right, man? The problem for me is I'm a stickler on this kind of stuff, and it really bothers me. Like, it bothers me to see somebody who gets paid to write articles about, trends, using TradingView and charting off of that. I mean, I don't know. I I don't know, man. Like legit, like I don't know what to quite make of it. It's just kind of like it's not good. You know, I said I was going to go to break, but I'm not. I'm actually going to go at 11:20 because I already done surpassed my break time. Flat Earth Astro claims I'm making because I don't know for a fact I wasn't there. But Flat Earth Astro says you were cooking him. If I remember correctly, he said you were cooking him breakfast. Was that right, Astro, or were you cooking him breakfast? I think you were. I think you said Flat Earth was cooking the breakfast, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just kind of curious. Uh, I actually really don't care. What you guys do is what you do. it's it's all on you. You guys actually you don't even need to tell me. Yeah, he was doing the cook. Okay, yeah. What you guys do is on you. You know, I don't really care. You don't tell me. Um, I guess I just wanted to know, was it true if you were over at his place, Flat Earth? That's the only thing I really wanted to know. I didn't really care about the rest of it. Yeah, I am. I was curious if you were over at his place. That's it. That's the only thing I was really curious about. I don't care about the rest of the stuff, like, or actually all you could tell me is like, yeah, I made eggs, or that's good enough. I made egg with special sauce. Oh man, did you use hot crotch sauce? It's the only kind of sauce I'll eat on my on my eggs. Oh man. Neo says it's break time. Go Casey, it's time. No, no man, I'm gonna stick around. I just want to know if it was eggs or pancakes or or waffles. Flat Earth, flat minded. One didn't. Oh, Earthers, Earth. Oh, by the way, guys, in case you don't want to see Flat Earth's comments, you can click on the. I don't moderate the chills that come in here, guys, because it's I believe in freedom of speech, and I don't have a problem with people coming in and saying what it is they got to say. It empowers. I think it empowers us to understand what's truly happening here and why it's validating to what it is that's happening. But if you want to silence them, you can. You have that ability. All you gotta do is click on their name. I think there's some buttons on the screen in the chat box that you can click on, and then they'll be like hide the user from their comments. So if you guys don't want to see those comments for any particular person whatsoever, that's on you guys. Because I don't want to control that. I think you guys are perfectly capable of controlling that on your own. Dino Mike says, "Did he hang Astro's clock finally?" No, the wall was too flat. Rem Taco says, hot crotch sauce goes with all types of morsels." I feel like after this is all said and done, like I'm legit gonna have like I'm gonna find a way to contact hot crotch and find out if we can't start like a hot crotch sauce. Let the proceeds go to let all the proceeds go to Hot Koch for production of whatever movie he wants to do next, whether it be something for AMC for the apes, or if it's just something he wants to just do on his own on whatever. I don't know. Let him decide. It's his name. He can choose. Jay said, "Good thing I worked out this morning, Casey. I just had a sausage, egg, and cheese from McDonald's." McMuffin? Sausage, egg, and cheese? McMuffin, right? McMuffin or biscuit? Which is it? Oh, dang it. I forgot to mention this. Yeah, okay, McMuffin. That's usually what I usually get the sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin as well. That's my favorite with a hash brown, orange juice, good stuff. JP says it looks like the market is waiting for Darth Powell tomorrow. All the charts are boring AF. Yeah. Rem Taco says that would be awesome, a special popcorn sauce. Dude. Oh man, can you imagine a hot Koch special sauce for popcorn? Dude. Oh my gosh, I think we're on to something. I think we're totally onto something right there. Like that could be big. It could be really, really, really big if we made it if we made it just the right flavor though. It would be totally that is a great idea. Hot Koch sauce for your popcorn. Who wouldn't who wouldn't run for that? Who wouldn't run to throw their hot Koch sauce on their popcorn? Grandpa Barney says country gravy popcorn. I've never heard of such a thing. Like, is that any good? Like, great. Now you got me wondering. I'm gonna have to go buy some popcorn, bring it home, and try that. I usually make my country gravy fresh from scratch here. Dino Mike says no, no sauce for me, please. Hey, don't knock it till you tried it, Dino. Don't knock it till you tried it. Season Curly says, Casey, what do you think a hefty rate hike tomorrow is already priced in? Maybe we see a Band-Aid ripping rally. I don't. I don't think it's. I mean, I do actually. I do think it's priced in. However, I think they'll still use it as an opportunity to drop the price more. And I'm expecting a 75% basis points. I'm not going to go for the 100. We voted on it. We voted last week, I think it was. Let's see here. I know I saved. I think I saved it. Pretty sure I saved this vote, but let me just check and see. I don't know where I put it. Hmm. I really need to go through my notes and like organize them because these are not very well organized. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can't find this. Oh, here we go. How much do you think the rate hike will be? We had 45% of the voters, 677 votes. 45% of them said 100 basis points. 37% said 75 basis points. 10% said 125, and 7% said 50. So I'm going to lean towards the 37% that said 75 basis points, and I'm going to run with that one. I would add my vote to that. Remtax says we could make special ones for certain movies. Yo says I put cilantro. Dude, do you bring the cilantro and lime with you? Dude, I was just gonna talk about Whataburger. So as a family, we decided we're having Whataburger tonight. We haven't had Whataburger as a family for a while, for a hot minute, because of the fact that it seems like the burgers have gone way downhill in the last year or so. And so we just decided to not go anymore. And so tonight we're going back. Monty says, Warren McCowan, why are you here? Doesn't Cam have a channel you can be on right now? Dang. Black truffle salt. Hayden says, I've dropped this mix before. Popcorn shaken in a paper bag with extra virgin olive oil instead of butter, and then black truffle salt. Interesting. Ah, you make it at home. Gotcha. Yeah, it's what a, not water burger. What a, like a, like what a burger. What a. Uh, all right. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what the history is, Warren, Monty. I don't know that I don't, maybe I do care. I probably do care, but I think Monty's trying to look out for me. Uh, I think Monty's trying to look out for me, and apparently there's some kind of history there, Warren, where I don't know. It sounds like something was screwed up. I'm not gonna get into it though. Yeah, I know. I kind of, I mean, I figured it out when you said Cam, the whole Cam part. But if he wants to be here, he wants to be here. You know, this is free world, free country. You can uh you know, let it be known. Warren was a part of the Cam crew, I guess. Apparently, yeah. Be careful. Just be careful. Let's take a look at our numbers here. Not yet. Oh, no, I still got 9 more minutes. I'm like trying to change the subject. Trying to change the subject here. Like, all right. So what happened? What happened with the whole Cam thing? So Cam, people are probably wondering. They're going like, what the heck is everybody talking about? What's going on? So Cam was a YouTuber who was I don't know how influential he you could say he was in the community, but he had some pull, and he had some, you know, he had a the wolf pack that he had, and it was discovered that that there was some software that was being handed out to individuals who were part of the community that was quote unquote had backdoor what's the word I'm looking for? Backdoor scripts that were available to allow people to infiltrate into your computer that he was disseminating to people. Well, he may not personally been, but somebody malicious, right? Myself said malicious. That's right. Malicious software and it had known problems. So when confronted about it, Cam denied everything, and very quickly there were some other things that were found out that were all very suspicious, and I'm not going to try and drag people's names through the mud or anything like that, but there became a lot of suspicion about who was doing what within the community and who knew what, and so there's Monty obviously knows something that I don't know here, and I respect that. So I don't know, Warren, what's going down or what's happening with you, or what's where you're at in your life in regards to everything that went down over there, but I don't really care. It's over, in my opinion. It happened, and I just I hope as many people can move on from that. And Warren, I'll say this to you: you may or you may not have known what was going on over there. But I'll tell you this: if you did not know what was going on over there, and you have not cleared your computer from potential viruses, you may want to look into that. So take it for what it's worth. Um, you could be at potential risk. So just letting you know. That was a really really interesting um, story. It really went down kind of strange. Yeah, it was extremely malicious. The software and the capabilities that it had. Um, Keylogger slash control, it could take control of the computer. It was really really bad, super super bad, and it was not a good thing. All right, as far as AMC goes, I'm just kind of watching the price here. It traded almost sideways right out of this wedge, which is very unusual. Usually when this happens, what I'll do is I'll just find some new draw points. Oops, that didn't move right. And usually all this does is it just extends the period of time that the wedge is supporting the top side of the wedge pretty well. Just going to draw that out just a little bit more, leave the tip out still. As far as Ape goes, though, on the other hand, it did break slightly down right about where the box was. And then now it's starting to kind of form or trend a little bit lower than where it was previously. I'm not going to redraw anything for that just yet. Give that a little bit of time to normalize. Maybe normalize isn't the right word, but give it a little bit of time to kind of report some more data before I look for another trend there. I see basically just another wedge, just kind of a little bit more angled downwards, more declining wedge. Doug says, meanwhile, how's the weather? I know, right? It's so awkward. Yeah, it was a very unfortunate situation that was happening over there. I felt like there was a lot of people that were getting taken advantage of. A lot of people were making claims that they were something that they weren't, and it was kind of messed up. I think the most messed up part about the whole thing was, there was legitimate good retail people who were trapped or involved with the community and the setup, and they felt a sense of ownership and pride to the community, and so they were willing to defend it even though they didn't realize that they were in the wrong. And so it was very I think it took some eye-opening data to kind of show to people that and it broke up a community of people who are really tight. That's probably one of my biggest regrets about that whole story. The whole story that went down was that there was a really tight knit group of people who got separated because of that, and it really kind of made me sad to see that broken up, because I do like the camaraderie that a lot of the communities have. It'd be like this community being torn up. I would feel bad about that too. I don't feel like we're as closely knit as perhaps maybe the wolf pack was, but that's by design. I don't want us to be that kind of group. I think it's important for us to be individuals and have our own thoughts, and to disseminate everywhere, find out information from every place that we possibly can, bring it back together wherever we want to. Like, there should be you shouldn't have ownership over you. Like, you should be able to go and do and say what you want to say anywhere you want to. That really, truly is how I feel. Neo says, "What's a little malicious software between friends?" Yeah, right? American Trader says, "The group itself was amazing." Yeah, the Wolfpack. That's what I'm talking about, man. We have some amazing people in our community, and the unfortunate thing is there's people out there who are taking advantage of the people in the community, and sometimes they don't realize the people that they're standing behind are people who are not looking out for their best interests. And that's the very, very unfortunate thing. We have actually a lot more of that going on than you would possibly imagine. A lot of it I don't talk about because I'm not here to divide the community. I want to try to unite the community as much as possible. That when it gets to a certain extent, when I find out information about certain things and I find out that there are people who are potential targets, that's when I have a problem and I have to step in and I have to say something. Uh, I'm not willing to. I'm not willing to go there. I'm just gonna say Cam for right now. I'm not willing to go there with Froggy. I think Froggy's a different story. I mean, there's Froggy is an entirely different story, and I just don't know that I'm ready to talk about it yet. So. Tom says, "Casey and lovely people, my daughter's albino bullfrog dropped dead." Should I? Well, I don't know why I'm laughing. That's not funny, but it's the way you said it. If you just said bullfrog, I think I would, but you said albino bullfrog. Should I replace it, play it off, or not tell her, or just come out and tell her? Is this a joke? I feel like this is a joke, Tom. I'm sorry, man. It feels like a joke, but I guess what I'm gonna say, Tom, is that kids have to experience life and death, and I think you should just tell her, just like Hayden just wrote. Tell her, man, because there's something really important about kids experiencing both life and death. So, but make sure she gets the life. Make sure she gets the birthing part of understanding the cycle of life, because that is important as well. Don't let her just experience the death all the time. But I say tell her. All right. Sorry for laughing, man. It was just the way that the way that it was written from my perspective, it came off as like maybe you were telling, because it was right before somebody started talking about Froggy, and then you said that, and you said it was just, I don't know, man. It was the timing. it was the timing that came off as funny more than it was the what you actually said. So I apologize for laughing. Neo said, "No, whatever, Neo. Stop it, please." You know who's gonna play me? It's gonna be the dude from. We already talked about this. It's gonna be Al Borderline from Home Improvement. I don't know what the guy's real name is. I always forget what it is. It probably really is Al. That's who's gonna. I'm not gonna get somebody cool like Chris Hemsworth. Or maybe Jack Black can play me. Because, yeah, see, Dudeman Diary says Jack Black. Jack Black's cool. I would much rather see a Jack Black play me because he's way cooler and funnier than I am. And that would be awesome. All right, let's take a look at our numbers before I get a big old fat head because of you guys. Let's see here. I'm going to log into my account, my brokerage account, and take you guys over to the other page. Two-factor authentication, guys, if you don't have it, you may want to get it as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account. Make sure you have a secondary phone number set up if you're going to set it up, because it's always good to have, a backup phone just in case that you can send the code to, right? Not a bad idea. I didn't think about it. Even though I have one set up, I didn't even think about saying it to you guys for a while. But yeah, try it out, see if you like it. If you don't like it, get rid of it. It's not permanent. And I just want to see you guys protect yourselves. Also, the other thing too is that I don't remember how long ago this was, but this maybe about 2 or 3 months ago. There was an email that I saw for a change in some of the policies for my broker, which said that if you didn't have two-factor authentication and something happened to your account, that you could be held liable for the damages, not necessarily holding them accountable because you didn't have the two-factor authentication set up. And to me, that was like an immediate warning flag. I was like, holy crap. I could just see like, some accidental, oh, your funds were moved by somebody other than you and you didn't log in and you didn't have two-factor authentication logged in. So, yep, you're stuck with what happened. Because at least with the two-factor authentication, you're showing that you logged in when you logged in because they sent you an authentication and code to your phone. Richard Karn, thank you, Barry. All right, now I'm officially not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing because I know I say it when you can't see the big tramp. Off exchange an hour ago was 51.18 for AMC and 11.58 for EDGX, and the final numbers as of right now are at 49.78, which is lower than what I would expect to see by this time of the day, and EDGX is at 12.45, which is pretty standard. Combined total is 62.23% of our volume going through those two exchanges. It's a little bit lower than what I would expect. Ape, on the other hand, has 55.98 and 15.7 through EDGX for a grand total of 71.68% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. And that is really high. I mean, that's not really, really high, but it is high. It's high. If you figure a normal day is 64%, that's really high already. Taking a look at Ortex data for AMC, an hour ago there was 1.72 million shares having been borrowed. That is now return. Wow, big returns going on AMC right now. Big returns. 6.81 million shares having been returned. That's a pretty massive amount. 6.81 million shares having been returned on AMC. That's going to drive the estimated short share interest of the free float down to 18.83%. Cost to borrow averages at 17.93. Shares on loans, 186.08 million shares on loan. That is 1.7 million less day over day. And I'm estimating about 930,000 of that to be in short interest. That was closed. This is a lot of loans being returned right now, guys. 6.81 is hefty. Very, very, very hefty. That's a big number. It's bullish to see short interest closing their positions because that tends to mean the price is going to be moving up. Otherwise, they wouldn't close. They would just keep the positions. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was a return of 410,000 shares. It's now a borrowing of 165,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of increasing the short share interest of the free float on Ape to 6.07%, cost per hour average at 6.6. Shares on loan are at 34.63 million shares, which is 1 million less day over day, all in short interest that was closed. Taking a look at call options for AMC at a $16 strike. An hour ago, there was 91 contracts, still the same value. Puts, there was 131 contracts at $12, still the same, no change. Let me refresh this one more time just to make sure, but it's showing no change on option calls and puts on AMC1 volume. Yeah, no change. Very, very interesting. So market's kind of indicating a closing price somewhere between 12 and 16 for the day today. And one second here while I pull this up. Where'd you go? Ah, that's why it's not right. Okay. Sorry about that. Looks like combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $13.59. I drew in a... Where did my stuff go? Oh, I know where it went. Yep, there it is. I drew in a box earlier with a potential breakout point on AMC and APE's combined price, and sure enough, it broke out right at the end of my box. Kind of retested the wedge pattern, the support. I would say this is a support line, and then became a resistance line. Came up, tested the resistance, then fell back down, and is still trending outside of the wedge. More than likely, what this is going to cause me to do is probably create, which would something that would look a little bit more along the lines of something like this. And this. Oops. This looks to be, it looks to be a bearish triangle. The reason it's bearish is the flat sides on the bottom. So we should see price break to the low side, and it looks like it's getting really close to the end here. So I'm putting the box fairly close to where we're at. I know it's kind of late to be putting something up like this now, but just trying to give you guys an idea for where we may be heading. It does kind of look like it's that. If it's not this, there's a slight chance it would be this, in which case it should be breaking downwards more than it is currently. I'm going to stick with this for right now. Fidelity's orders by their customers is showing Ape is on the list, 67% buys to 32% sales. And GME's 30th at 57% buys to 42% sales. AMC's got low volume, so therefore probably low orders, and is not making the list. SSR triggers $8.26 for the day-to-day on AMC. That is not triggered yet. $4.203 on Ape to trigger SSR. Shares available to borrow. There was a return, a borrow 5,000 here, another 5,000 here, and another 5,000 here. 15,000 is not enough for me to count yet. I need to see 50,000 changes. 16.2% in fees currently showing. NASDAQ is down 0.31. Dow Jones is down 0.77. S&P 500 is down 0.73. We have a declining market that's on fire. Don't touch it. It's hot. 4,817 decliners to 1,972 advancers. The VIX is up 2.99. VTI is down 0.77. IWD is down 1.15. Tesla is up 0.85. Amazon down 0.76. Cinemark is down 1.6. Doge is up 1.96. Bitcoin is down 1.86. GME is breaking even. HYMC is down 7.61. What is going on with GME? It's got some. Just wanted to see what it looked like. Breaking even. Let's see. HYMC is down 7.61. Hood is down 1.02. NCMI is down 3.68. Ape is down 3.42. And AMC is down 1.53%. Inflow versus outflow for AMC, we currently have $400,000 more in outflow than inflow, with 7.32 million shares traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for the day today. Let's see here. We're on pace for about 17.45 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 to 30 million. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.58, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple crossovers on the vortex indicator within the last hour, 2 hours. RSI at 46.17, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.14, which is below average. On APE, we currently have just about $1 million more in inflow than outflow. Market cap is, or sorry, not market cap. Volume is at 3.56 million shares traded for the day today after, oh man, I can't math right now. 165 minutes. We're on pace for 8.41 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million. I moved up my numbers from 4 to 24 to 10 to 30 due to the fact that we had some abnormal large volume in the pre-market that I saw. So is there a chance that we may see a run up in volume in the later portion of the day today? It's very strongly possible. I wouldn't count it out, but there could be a chance that I end up being on the high side on volume prediction as it stands. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.96, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.29, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.05, which is just about average. We got news here for AMC and APE. It was the news I read to you earlier from Benzinga. Really bad, really bad coverage. Let's see here. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. Let me just set up my Bollinger Band on that, and we got the breakdown on Ape. Let me see if I can figure out where Ape's heading to here. This one's going to be really difficult for me to guess when the wedge is on a very steep decline or incline. Guessing out the breakout point is much more difficult. It kind of becomes looking for like a price point where it doesn't look like it's so much of a pinch. So right here I got 442 to a top of 449, which is an 8-cent difference. So that's a pretty tight pinch right there. It looks like a big gap, but it's really only like a, what is that, 7-cent gap right there. So um, oh, it's not even cents. It's less than that. 4.5 to 4.4. It's less than 7 cents. It's 7. It's really low. Yeah, I can't even guess on this one, guys. This is gonna be like near impossible to try to guess. What I can do is I can look for some Fibonacci retracements for levels of buying and selling pressure, support, and resistance. Let's see here what we got. $446. Let's go with this. That actually looks pretty good. It's pretty close. We'll leave that in. It's close enough. I would expect that there's probably some level of support that could be found at $4.46, and what you'll see is you'll probably see the breakout point be somewhere very close to that, where it consolidates at that level. So perhaps something around like this. But this should more than likely be a break to the top. Oh, dang. Dang myself. Like one of the first things I read was your second message or third message from the Chinese restaurant message. That's messed up, man. The Fed will not let the SPY drop below 38 or 37. Let me check it real quick here. I'm kind of curious what you're talking about. I don't know. It seems to me like 37 is going to be, it seems like it might be in the works. Yeah, we may see some in the next couple days. We may see a little bit of more green, but I have a feeling we're going to see some more failure on this. I don't know. We'll see. White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan says we are aware of reports Putin may be preparing to enact mobilization measures. What the heck? Yeah, that is not even close. That is that is not even close to what you said, Einstein, if you're listening. That's like way opposite direction. Oh man. You had Putin coming out with a mobilization announcement tonight, plus the Fed 75 basis points tomorrow. Dang! I want to say the D word. Trying to be PC here, guys, for the kids. For the kids. Dang! That one didn't even have like that one. That one didn't even have a. All right, Christopher, what's going on, dude? All right, so I know Christopher. I didn't know the other name, but I know Christopher. I'm curious why you're here, Christopher. Because last time you and I spoke, we asked you questions you couldn't answer. Stephen, the answer to your question is, so how does APE go down when we have more inflow than outflow? But yesterday we had more outflow than inflow, and we go down. So no matter what, it goes down. So basically, it's off exchange, man. Everything is off exchange. Look at the off exchange volume. They are absolutely stacking everything as far as buy orders go into the off exchange. One of the well, I'm not going to talk about that now, but one of the things that I think that is extremely important to seeing price discovery is actual shares traded through the lit market. And what I want you to, yeah, I know, right, Monty? Look who the cat did drag in. That's not that name I recognize. That name I recognize, and I got problems with. I don't. Yeah, I'm not cool with you, Christopher. We had a lot of questions for you about your server that you were setting up over there for people, and you didn't have some very good answers. I'm not cool with that. And quite frankly, if I had been a part of anything that had happened, I would have reported some of that shit a long time ago. And I think your life would be a lot different right now if I had been involved in it. So The nerve of you to show your face around here, man. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, legit, I think you should disappear. And I think you should disappear fast. Very fast. I don't even want to see you around here anymore. Yeah, like pumpkin fast. I don't even know. Like, I legit didn't think I'd ever, Monty, I didn't think I'd ever see his face again ever. Like, after all that crap, after all that we went through, I thought for sure he would never ever show his face again in this community. Ever. Like, the idea that he has the nerve or the audacity to even show his face, like, legit, it kind of makes me like, what the heck's going on? Is Cam back at it? Does Cam have some kind of subterranean Discord going on, or is this thing still going on? What's going on here? We saw people at risk. What's happening? Like, legit, like, that name should not, I'd never expected to see his name ever again. That's insane. All right, it's time for me to go to break. Monty, you've got admin rights. You have the ability to do what it is you choose to do. I leave it in your hands. I don't you know my policy on kicking people, but that is definitely one name that I don't want to see. I don't want to see it. I'm not going to ban him, but I don't want to see that name, man. Like, don't you come around here, Chris, not after what you did, man. To this community, you're so gone. Like, you should just be erased. A name should be gone. You should be working under aliases. Like, I don't even understand. I don't even understand. Like, dude, like, you're so close. Like, you don't understand. Like, I'm surprised you haven't been visited by the FBI. I'm really surprised you've not been visited by the FBI. That surprises me. All right. He's not in this country though, is he? I think he's outside the US. I think he's outside the US, and I think that's probably the reason why he probably hasn't been visited. All right. I'm gonna head to break, guys. Yeah, he's in Canada. That's more than likely the reason why he's not been contained yet. But Christopher, I promise you, I promise you, hear me out. I'm taking this to the other page because I know you can see my face that way. I want you to see my face, Christopher, when I'm serious and I'm telling you this. You will be found. People will know what you've done. I know people who know people. They're coming after you. They will find you. They know what you've done. You know what you've done. I highly recommend you leave the community and find some place to do your business elsewhere because you know what you've done. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to take a break. I'm sure the market's not going to do well with the announcement of the White House saying that they're aware that Russia may be mobilizing. Putin's supposed to be speaking tonight. So it is what it is. Adam's over here texting me. He's saying, dude, you straight up sound like Liam Neeson. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, we will find you. We will find you. We will hunt you down. I swear to you, we will. For this community, I will hunt you down to the ends of this earth, man. You should have disappeared the first time. I will hunt you down. I will find you, and I will make sure something is not good happens. Not from me, from law officials. I promise you, law officials will take care of this. Not from me. This is not a threat. I'm threatening you with law-abiding law officials is what I'm threatening you with. Better leave and never show your face again, ever. Last warning. I'm out.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Are you ready to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. Go premium now.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and so let's talk about this for real quick. So part of the reason why the market's just kind of taking a little bit of a dump here, I would suggest probably has to do with the fact that Putin may or may not currently be sitting in or talking right now in regards to potential mobilization of their military. I have not seen him. I know he's supposed to address his country tonight. I have not seen it as of yet. Einstein saying Putin stepping up rhetoric of war. So I see. So first off, what I see happening here is obviously the market is taking a little bit of a dump here, and we're going to go with it. So it's part of the ride, and because we had a descending wedge. You can see that the markets did not like what was being said or being reported right around probably 1242. At least according to Ape, that's the time that I'm starting to see the tank of the price going on at that point right there. If you look at Ape, or AMC rather, the time that we broke out was right around 1214. The breakout was right around 12. Well, no, it was really like 1211. But it started to head back upwards, and then at 1217 it really started a big drop here. So 1217 and 1243 are a little bit different in times here. I guess a statement could be made that the market, you could go back to 1214 or 1216 on Ape and say that it did start heading down at that point. And it could have been on a potential breakout on the upside. But due to the market, starting to decline at that point, if we go back to the SPY and take a look at the SPY, let's see what we got going on there. Well, let's go to the 1214 range. The top right here was at 1206. So the SPY reached some sort of top here, I guess you could say, for the day, right at 1206, and then you can see it started moving downwards. Some of the more heavy pressure starting around 1224. So it looks like this is a market-wide event. Let's take a look at the VIX and see what the VIX is showing. VIX really started increasing at 1155. $12.14 would have been right about here. So the big push, I guess, really started a few minutes after that. Would have been at 1226. There was a couple big pushes in here. One that started at about 1155, another big push at 1226. This does appear to be market wide again. War is always a catalyst. Turnaround points for AMC. Synthetic price failures are great turnaround points. Potential stopping points would be SSR being tripped or potentially SSR stopping points. SSR and SPF stopping points. But it's time to take a look at our numbers. Thick reported in here. Let's see, what did Thick says? It went from 2.217 trillion to 2.238, with the counterparties increased by 2. Thick, thank you so much for putting that in there. I enjoy the daily update on that. Sam says if they can shift the blame to an event or to other people, countries to cover up their own fault in a crash, that's ideal for them. It is. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Let me move the message off the screen here. Alrighty, let me go to my broker and type in, get logged in and see what's going on. Thick says I like my payments and hugs. That's really creepy. All right, let's take a look at the numbers here. Jay Froze, welcome to the channel. Haven't seen you around here before. OBV is a great indicator to define whether or not people are selling or not. It's a very good indicator. So before you throw accusations that you think that people are lying about whether they're selling or not, you know what I would do is I would look at OBV as an indicator as to whether or not people are buying or holding or selling. Yeah, it's a great indicator. OBV. Check it out. You can look it up on Investopedia. And it really is. It has to do with volume, right? And so one of the things that I have to say, yeah, I'll pull up a link for you. Hold on a second. So OBV is on balance volume, and what that basically says is if you have large amounts of volume that occurs, then what you should see is you should see buying or selling that's going on when you have large amounts of volume. When you have low amounts of volume that's occurring, then you don't really have, but you see large price movements. Then what you have is an artificial price movement that isn't in correspondence to what's happening with volume. Because the only way that you really truly and honestly get large and small price increases and decreases is simply by massive amounts of volume trading. Otherwise, you have artificial price movement. So the idea behind OBV is that if you have massive amounts of volume and prices dropping, that's a sell-off. That's a real sell-off. If you have OBV holding, meaning people are holding their inventory or the amount of volume that they have, and so you have price massively moving. Like right now, we're down 4.3% today on 10.2 million in volume. You don't really typically see volume, you don't see price fall that much with that little of a volume. When you consider that's one quarter of our total daily volume that's traded in a single day. So it's just that's what it comes down to, and it's a great indicator to go and look at to verify whether or not people are truly indeed selling or not selling. And I can show that indicator to you as I run through these numbers here. So when I get to the right page for it, I'll pull up OVV so you can kind of see what it looks like, and I can show you whether or not people are buying or selling or holding. Yeah, you don't have to use caps lock in here, man. You don't got to shout to get my attention, I promise. Lowercase works too. I still see the comments regardless one way or the other. So let me go ahead and run through the numbers. I'm going to log into my broker real quick here. And it is that time of the day for me to do. I'm actually past time due for checking the numbers anyways. So give me just a second here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication on your account, you may want to use that. It could keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. And while you're at it, set it up on 2 different phones so that you have a backup phone in case something happens to one of your phones. Not a bad idea. Nothing worse than getting locked out of your account and not having a phone that can get you back in. All right, let me see what we got going on here. Oops, that was the wrong page. This one. Give me 1 second while I move a couple pages around. I will get to the OBV here. Just give me a minute. I'm going to run through some of these numbers, and then I promise you I'll talk about it. I think it's really important that we understand what it is that's happening with our favorite stock in the whole wide world, and it's important to, like, not throw accusations without having like data to back it up, right? Like, you need to have, like, if you're gonna say, like, oh, everybody's selling right now, at least have data to support that, right? Like, show some way that you can recognize that people are selling besides just price. You can't just look at price and say everybody's selling because price is low. So I'll pull it up here. Let's take a look at off exchange first. Off exchange an hour ago on AMC was 49.78. CBOE EDGX was at 12.45. Those numbers are now at 49.48% and 12.54 for a total of 62.02% of our volume through AMC going through those two off exchanges. That's where a lot of price discovery is being hidden, and that's actually kind of on the low side for right now for the day. But Ape, on the other hand, has really high off exchange volume today, currently sitting at 53.79 and 19.32% through the EDGX for a grand total 73.11% of the total volume going through those off exchanges. Very, very, very high. This is how they control price very well, is through these off exchanges. So very high number on Ape. Taking a look, and that was right next to the side of my head here. Taking a look down on the top right hand side of the page, you're going to see Ortex's data. On Ortex, if we refresh that, borrowed change amount an hour ago was reported as at 6.81 million shares having been returned. That is now reporting a 10.19 million shares. Now, this is what's really interesting here, guys. Let me ask you this question. If they knew price was going to go down, would they have returned these shares already? You know what I'm saying? Like, if they knew that price was going to be going down more, why would they be returning? This is actually really, really strongly bullish. So 10.19 million shares having been returned today by those who are loaning shares. That's going to drop our short share interest of the free float to 18.74%. Cost to borrow average at 17.93. Shares on loan right now is at 186.08 million shares, which is down day over day by 1.7 million shares. 930,000 of that I'm estimating to be in closed short interest. Remember, short interest closing is bullish. On Ape, an hour ago on Ape, we had 165,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now 114. That's not going to have much change on the short share interest of the free float, which is sitting at 6.01%. Cost to borrow average at 6.51. Shares on loan for the day today is at 34.63 million. That is down 1 million in short interest day over day. And options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $16 strike price. It still is, and there's no change, 91 contracts. Same thing goes for puts. The amount of put volume is still at $12. No change to puts, 131 contracts. This is 2 hours worth of data here that we've seen no change. Maybe 3 hours. 3 hours worth of data with no change to call versus put volume whatsoever. None. So the market kind of indicating maybe a closing price somewhere between 12 and 16 for the combined price of AMC and APE. We are currently at 1307. Now, in regards to what we were just talking about as far as OBV goes, let's take a look. What you see in the blue is OBV. I've laid it out here on a histogram, so that you can kind of see what OBV looks like laid on top of the price of AMC over time. And anytime you see this blue line decreasing in value or increasing, or actually, let's say when it's decreasing, you see real sell-off, right? So as price came down here, there was some real selling that was going on, but nothing in the amounts of, not massive amounts of selling that was occurring that most people might think that there might have been. Now, what I can tell you about this is that there's a way that you can kind of use OBV to kind of figure out to see like whether or not we're overinflated in price or deflated. Is that the right word? Overinflated and overvalued in price. So what you can do is if you resize the volume to fit strong periods of buys from a set point in time. So in other words, what I've done here is I've altered the OBV so that you can see that it's matching up with the first run that we had in January. Essentially what I'm saying here is that volume really started picking up on our first run in January, and so and it's actually going to be price should end up going a little bit higher than. Yep, that's perfect. Price should go a little bit higher. I'll zoom in on this. Price should go a little bit higher on a run up, and then you see price fall back down, and then you can see it kind of normalize, right? Like price comes up. So price was doing really, really well for where volume was at right here. Then it was shorted down, and then there was an explosion in price right here, right? Explosion in price, and volume started picking up during that period of time. I don't really have. I need to expand this out just a tad bit more. There we go. So as time moves forward, you can see you have an overinflated price, or overvalued, I should say. Sorry, not overinflated. Overvalued price right here, right? And so price starts dropping over time, but you see that volume doesn't really change. Doesn't have a huge impact like it was back before, right? Because we didn't have a huge amounts of volume. You can see volume down here falling, and so it's not really changing a whole lot, which means that people are holding their position, right? And then you have price falling, and then now you've got a overinflated. I'm saying it backwards. You have overinflated volume, really, is what it comes down to. So you end up having an explosion in price where it meets back up with volume, where it's holding it. Then you see price fall back down again unnaturally because there's not a whole lot of volume to support the price movement. And then you see price move back up again. Is there going to be another explosive movement in price similar to what we saw in June before? Absolutely, there could be, because guess what? If I zoom out on this just enough, you'll see that our level of holding volume is equal to about where it was back in June. So we absolutely could see more price explosions going upwards to meet values that we've seen in the past, because our volume is a representation of the amount of holding volume is a representation of what we've seen from the past that could support those levels of pricing. So we're an underinflated price right now, right? Like price is deflated. It's not supposed to be this low. So this is a great sign for looking to see whether or not people are selling. And you can see when people are selling. You can see. And it doesn't always have to be people. Sometimes it can be institutions that are selling too, right? So this right here, as I kind of pronounce these movements, you can see that there is definitely some kind of sell-off here, right? There's definitely some kind of sell-off there, but who was it? And that's where it's really important to be watching other indicators on a daily basis, like are people buying the dips? Are they selling the dips? What's happening during those periods of time? You really want to be looking at those all those different indicators all at once so you can understand what's really truly happening. And I can tell you, for example, back here in this December rundown in price, November December rundown in price right in here. This is all institutions selling off right in here. So all this volume that was lost during this period of time was all institutional sell-offs, most of it. And you can go back and you can find the 13F filings and 13G filings that support where they sold their positions and how much they sold for. So it's really kind of interesting. And they bought back in later. And some of the buying back in that they did was part of this run right here to 34.33 when we got up to it. But anyways, OBV is a great indicator to let you know whether or not people are buying and holding. And as you can see right now, the levels that we're at currently match up to what we've seen or greater than what we've seen in the past. We're doing pretty good right now on holding. So I like what I see. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Sure enough, right inside my box, which happened to be right when the announcement came out, I guess, because it is 12:14. The market was signaling for a bearish breakdown on price, and it did. It fell down right down at the box and supporting $13.08 as a combined price between AMC and APE. This is another part to what I was talking about, knowing what we're doing. Like as price is falling, are we buying the dip or are we selling the dip? What's happening? And so this is when you can come to an indicator like this as in regards to orders, and you can look and see. APE right now has 69% buys, nice, to 30% sales. So a lot of people are buying a lot of APE shares right now. There's a lot of buy orders. 60-40 is the lowest amount I like to see it dip to let me know that retail is buying more than they're selling. So there's definitely more buying going on than selling. Now, in regards to what it was that you said everybody's selling. Well, yeah, there are people who are selling. It's obvious. We have 483 orders that have gone through for the day to day, but we also have 1,107 buy orders that have gone through. So there's obviously more buying than selling that's going on in orders. And I would say that if you have a 60-40 ratio, then you more than likely have volume that's in the positive side and buying. And then GME unfortunately has fallen off the list, and AMC has fallen off the list, so I can't look those up. I think they have, yeah. Both AMC and GME are not on the list right now, but usually they're on the list, and I can tell you what it is. But more than likely, our buy-sell ratios are probably underneath 60-40, so they're not that great, but it's going to happen when price is falling like this. We're going to lose some people, but it's not going to be as bad as you would think. SSR trips today at $8.26 for AMC and $4.203 for APE. There are no shares left available to borrow. Looks like they went ahead and dumped off the 70,000. I'm going to call that another 100,000 shares that they've borrowed or lent because I didn't count some of the ones earlier. So 600,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day today at a 16.2% fee. Market's taking a big old whooping. NASDAQ down 1.29%, Dow Jones is down 1.5%, and the S&P 500 is down 1.51%. We currently have 5,300. We have a hot lava floor, guys. Don't touch it because this market's stinky. 5,324 decliners to 1,550 advancers. The VIX is up 6.72. When the VIX goes up, the market goes down. VTI is down 1.55. Excuse me a second. IWD is down 1.75. Tesla is down 0.25. Amazon down 2.15. Cinemark down 2.65. Doge is down, up 0.31. Bitcoin is down 3.38. GME is down 3.9. HYMC is down 8.34. Hood is down 2.44. NCMI is down 5.69. APE is down 7.27. And AMC is down 4.25. And let me see here. What's next? Oh, yeah. Inflow versus outflow. Currently, there's about $600,000 more of outflow than inflow for AMC, with 10.88 million shares having been traded so far. Let's check and see what kind of pace we're on for the day today. Let's see here. Looks like we're on pace for about 16.78 million shares traded by the end of the day. Of course, that's going to change a little bit as the day goes on, but we're on pace for 16.78 million shares. And I suggested somewhere in pre-market that we would see somewhere about 10 to 30 million shares for the day today. So we're definitely going to be inside that range. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.49, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.56, signaling that we are oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, and I'm just looking at the indicators down at the bottom of the screen, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.14, and that dipped as low as 12.08. Super, super low on that. Ape. On Ape, we have approximately $1.1 million more in inflow than outflow, with 5.43 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 8.32 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market 10 to 30 million as well for Ape. I increased from 4 to 20. I've been predicting lately 4 to 24 million in a day. Today I increased it to 10 to 30 due to the fact that we had some abnormally high volume showing up in the pre-market, and that doesn't appear to be having an effect. Or doesn't seem, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't seem to be showing up, that abnormal volume. So we may actually do a little bit less volume than the 10 million. On the hourly, according to the Vortex indicator, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 26.17, signaling oversold. On the 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.99, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 31.14, but having dipped to as low as 20.17, but still signaling oversold. On AMC, it appears that we've found some kind of bottom here and are starting to kind of go back up in price. Let's see what we got going on here on Ape. Ape's also kind of hit a bottom as well. Let me record this data real quick here. New low of 4.316. Very low volatility on Ape. Volatility starting to increase. Was very, very low on AMC as well, but starting to increase a little bit. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Bird Eye View Photography says, Highcroft has a virtual 3D map you can use to look at the whole mine. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't have that information, GD. I don't think. But I think you can get it, though. Let me think about where I can get that at. I feel like there's a spot where I can find that, GD, but I'm not positive. Let me think about that. I feel like there's some place I've seen that before. I agree that volume. I don't have that pulled up as one of my. That would be a better indicator to look at, is buying volume versus selling volume. But I don't know where I could find that off the top of my head. Hold on a second. I might. I don't. Let me look it up real quick here. Hold on a second. Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna look for this on my off time. I don't know if there's actually like a support for something like that. From the basic reading that I'm getting out of this right here, that I'm finding so far, there's really a couple of indicators that you can use for that, which is on balance volume, which I just told you about, price volume trend, and money flow index, MFI. So those are kind of three indicators you could possibly use in reference to that. But I will try to look into that some more, um, to see. Einstein says, everyone everywhere is yelling to sell everything. This is what they want. They can't survive what we are doing to them. The piper must be paid one way or the other. Another. Um, this is a big reason why I'm not a big proponent on buying calls or puts or anything on AMC or Ape or GME, any of those right now. Um, Francis says, Casey, do you think they return shares because of the interest hike tomorrow? I'll tell you what doesn't make sense. If you know price is going to go down, or you're anticipating price to go down, why would you return shares? That's going to make you money, right? So it doesn't make sense to return a whole bunch of shares unless you think that there's a chance that you may be on the losing side on the short term of a move in the other direction. So I don't know if that's particularly the reason why, but my guess is that well, I don't know. I actually don't know the answer, Francis. I don't know what the terms are on some of their loans for shares that they have. I don't know if they're floating interest rates. I doubt it. I would assume that they're probably hard set interest rates on the borrows that they have. So I would assume that it would be best to keep borrowed shares that you've got longer on lower interest rates, and because once it gets hiked up, then the cost to borrow those shares is going to increase. So it seems to me like holding on to the shares would be the right thing to do, especially if you think the market's going to be moved down in price. Now, the only thing that really stands out in my mind, Francis, having said all this, is that if you have a lot of short interest on the books and the market starts to fail and you don't have collateral to maintain those positions, then you're forced to close them. You're forced to close out those positions because you're going to be in a position where you could very easily get margin called because the collateral that you hold is moving down in price as well. So if you've got to close out your positions before price gets before you start to run out of collateral, that's what you got to do. You got to start closing the positions out, even if you know you could make more money on it. So that seems to make the most sense to me. Whether that's actually the case, I have no idea. I'd have to know their books, and I just don't know. Einstein saying, "Hold on, I drank some milk on my break, and I'm getting a little bit of acid reflux here or something." It's like, what the heck? You drink milk to get rid of acid reflux? Hold on a second. Ah, JP Morgan is terrified of the increased margin requirements because retail won't capitulate and they're severely over leveraged. Habitual says, talk to Fidelity and my iPhone 6 is obsolete and can no longer support the app. Yeesh, that's not cool. Thank you for letting people know, man. In case there's anybody else out there with that same problem. Let's see here. Did you put regular unleaded in the Tramp? If so, that's why we're selling off. Hey, GD, you're welcome, man. I don't think there's going to be an answer to what you're asking for. I'm pretty sure I've looked for this in the past. I mean, because it seems kind of silly to base, like my numbers all the time off of orders. When you could just do it off of volume, because volume would be the way to go, right? I mean, it seems pretty obvious that volume is the way to go. But I don't think I have access to immediate volume, buy, sell volume, unless I were to upgrade to something like I think maybe if I got a subscription to, oh, I'm gonna lose it. Oh man, I just lost it. I can't remember the name of what it's called. If I had a subscription to whatever it's called, I would probably have access to that kind of information, but I'm not going to spend the crazy amounts of money that they want for um, that access. A Bloomberg terminal access point access. That's it. I came up with it finally. Bloomberg. I think a Bloomberg terminal might show that. Acid reflux. Jeez, myself. Killing me, man. Francis says, thanks, Casey. Makes sense even for my P. Well, if it makes sense for my pea-sized brain, Francis, I hope it makes sense for your obviously larger brain than mine. No grown-ass man should be drinking the moo juice. What I will say, yo, is that I love milk. I don't know what to tell you, man. I like milk. I always have. I don't think I'll ever stop liking milk. It depends on what you're having it with. You don't obviously overload. You don't eat a bunch of cheese and drink milk at the same time. That's gross. You gotta have milk with certain things, like a Pop Tart, or maybe having milk with let's see what else is cereal, or maybe having milk with I don't know something else. I don't normally just have a glass. Oh, milk and lasagna is perfect. I love milk and lasagna. That is kind of cheesy though. Milk and lasagna is kind of cheesy. Pizza, that's a little bit of an over. I definitely whenever I have pizza and milk now, that's like way too far over the top on the dairy side, and I can tell it's not good for me. Oh yeah, like brownies and milk. You gotta have brownies and milk. Somebody says cookies and cake. Yep. There are just times where you gotta have milk. I can't imagine like chocolate cake and no milk. That just sounds gross. Like I would never legitimately eat a slice of cake if I didn't have milk to go with it. Ooh, ice cold milk Oreo with a P&B sandwich. Yes, absolutely. That is a great example of it. Spaghetti and milk kind of goes together a little bit. It's kind of like lasagna, yeah. Yo says milk and lasagna, you're an animal. Dude, you'll never know. Here's the other part though, yo. I never drink milk without ice in it. And here's the problem though. You have to know how to drink the milk correctly with the ice in it. You don't just let it sit around. You have to drink it pretty quickly. You gotta eat like you're in prison. Eat and drink like you're in prison or in the military. Would take your pick. Some people would choose military. So long as yes, Alex, trust me on this. I don't know what, all right, so first off, I don't know what, listen, hear me out, hold on, I know, it seems so counterintuitive to everything that you know. If you drink 2% or higher, you can do this. If you're drinking less than 2% milk, don't do ice. I'm with you. I totally understand you've already got watered down milk. Who wants that? So, but if you're drinking 2% or higher on your milk, throw your ice cubes in there. Drink it, with your meal, and I guarantee you it's no worse than 1% milk by the time you get done. Just don't dilly-dally around with your drinking. You'll be all right. And the best part about it is it's like eating ice cream. It's like eating ice cream while you're having your meal. It's like having it's almost like having a vanilla milkshake while you're eating lasagna. It's like perfect. It's absolutely perfect. But see, you have to load up on the ice though. Don't go chintzy. Don't go chintzy on me and throw 2 or 3 ice cubes in there and be like, I tried it and it sucked. No, no, no. I'm talking about load your glass to the rim, to almost the rim. Pour that milk in there and make sure you get yourself some really cold milk. And if you do crushed ice, don't do this. Don't be that savage person trying to drink crushed ice with milk. That is going too far. Don't do it. You don't need to be crazy like that. Whole ice cubes, please. You will never, you will never ever not. I mean, you will thank me. You will thank me. You'll drink the milk like this, and you will thank me. You'll be like, I never thought I would enjoy milk again. And now I've tried it with ice, and it's so much different. I can't drink milk without ice now. If I'm out in the woods camping and we're having brownies, and somebody offers me like a carton of milk out of those, like one of those milks you get out of the cafeteria, I'll pass. I won't even eat the brownies. I'll just pass because I'm not drinking that refrigerated milk out of a paper carton. Thick is lactose intolerant. That's funny. You lactose intolerant. I mean, Tammy, if you make the brownies before you leave for your camping trip and then you take them with you, like they're only going to be like a day or two old. So yeah, make some brownies before you go on your camping trip, pack them away, and you can have brownie. I mean, don't lick your fingers for crying out loud. I mean, don't be a savage. I mean, you don't have to go that far. You know, don't be licking on your fingers in the woods. You know, I get that. I understand where you're going with that. But but yeah, you can take brownies with you. I mean, you could lick your fingers, but I mean, you never know what's going to happen. You're playing with the devil's curse when you start doing that kind of stuff. Like, good luck having enough pairs of underwear for that trip. Dan says, I love when people say, don't drink milk because no other creature does it. Of course they don't. How could they? How would they? It reminds me of, you ever seen those videos? I've been getting these like videos lately where I see it's like uh, the cute videos, the most cutest things you'll ever see in your life kind of stuff. They pop up every once in a while on my YouTube. One of them had the other day, it had a little kitten that was like drinking straight from the tit of a cow. Like this cow's tit was just like, it was just, the milk was just squirting out and the cat was just sitting there just like drinking it all up. And I was like, dang, those cats don't seem to, they drink it. They like it. Yucca Frida says, just received my own Ape NFT. Were those supposed to be due this month? Curtis, that sounds really nasty, dude. Bull milk is better than cow. That sounds really gross. That sounds really gross, man. That sounds like straight up. Oh, I can't think of those guys' names. Oh, Jackass. Sounds like a straight up Jackass episode. Milk with ice, though, guys. I'm not steering you wrong. Griffin's mom, they will come. They will come, but this is not even close to what it is that we need to see, though. This is not even close. We're talking, what are we at? We're only at a 1.66% down on the SPY, and you're looking for margin calls. Like, that's nothing. That is nothing. Wait till the SPY gets down to maybe like I don't know, I'm gonna say 350. Wait till the SPY gets to 350, then you start looking for those margin calls. Then you come back, start asking about margin calls. Curtis says I'm laughing way too hard. Whatever I can do to get you guys through this. Whatever I can do to get, well, not whatever, but there are limitations. Ego says one dislike for milk and ice statements. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Pros Ruler says we need 25-35% drop across the market, then we fly. I mean, that's what we're really looking for. We're looking for one of those days when you start seeing a market-wide halt. That's what you're waiting for. When you see a market-wide halt where the whole market's gone down like 10% and it has to halt for the day. I think it's 10. I have to go back and look and see. Let's see. I always forget what the numbers are. Market-wide halts, level 1 Oh yeah, level 3, 20% decrease against prior day's S&P 500 closing. It's trading halted for the rest of the day. Yeah, so that's what you're waiting for. Otherwise, level 1, 7% decrease in price, and then you get a 15-minute halt, 13% 15-minute halt, and then you get that 20% decrease day over day, and then it's halted for the rest of the day. You wait for that. When you start seeing those kind of halts rolling in, the market is going to be reeling, absolutely reeling, just like like how do they? I'm gonna put it in the chat box because I can't do it. There we go. Yucca Free says, Casey, are you coming to Pachanga this weekend? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, Bitcoin does need to be under 15K. In fact, I'm expecting like 13. I'm expecting somewhere around 13. Habitual line holder says, anyone think Dolly Parton has powdered milk in their mountains yet? Jeez. I used to live in San Diego. This might make some people laugh. I don't know. It might make some people laugh. Other people maybe not so much. But we used to drive by. Shoot, I can't remember the name of the. In oh, where is that? What's the military base that's on the? Starts with. I want to say it starts with a P. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. Between San Diego and like Carlsbad, what's the name of that army base or military? I think it's actually Marine. I think it's Marine base over there. Pendleton. That's it. Camp Pendleton. Nobody said it there, but Camp Pendleton. Yeah. Thank you. That's it. You guys said it already. Pendleton is so when you're driving Pendleton, I can't remember if it's south of Pendleton or north of Pendleton, but there's a nuclear power plant right around there somewhere. And there's one dome on there, and we always used to laugh about it when we would drive by it, and call it the we always would call, well, I think we called it the Nancy Reagan Memorial, and then because it only had one dome, and then I think later they put up like two smaller domes or something like that, or I don't remember, or maybe it was another power plant that we'd pass by, and that one had two domes on it. We'd call it the Dolly Parton Memorial. Pendleton. It's Pendleton. I didn't say that, Flat Earth, at all. I've had my box drawn up here for a really long time. That box has been sitting there for some time now. I said that it would start breaking through the box here somewhere between 918 and 923, heading down towards 12.3. I didn't say it was going to. I said if it drops down this weekend, expect to see it drop to 12.3, 13K. So you're not accurately representing the information that I'm giving you. You're modifying the information to hear what it is that you want to hear. So, which is fine. I know you just want to make a point, but you're wrong. And I've had that box drawn there since since August, I think. July. It might have been July or August. Casey, have you seen Jerry Curls yet? It's a sports comedy about curling, your favorite sport. I have not seen it. I'll have to check it out. There's a plant there. We called it Titty City. I never said, I don't know where you're getting 15K from, man. I never said 15K. I haven't changed the numbers. The numbers have always been the same. I got 12384. This number has not changed. I said it should drop down to somewhere around 12384. Plus or minus maybe 1,000 or so. So you could be looking at like 13.3, 11.3 to 13.3, somewhere around thereabouts. But it's got to drop. It's got to drop outside of this range here that it's been kind of hovering in. That it's creeping on the bottom side of right now. So it's not going to happen until it does drop out of this. I would expect to see the drops kind of start around like 18. I think 18.4 is what I said last week. Yeah, I think 18.4 is what I said last week. It did actually manage to get down underneath 18.4, but it didn't actually fall out. So I think it's still getting a little bit of support here, but it's really super close. And I would not be surprised to see a full candle. Notice that we have not had a full candle underneath the red line yet. That has not happened. So once we see that full candle underneath the red line, these are daily candles, by the way. When you see a full daily candle underneath the 19.4 range, watch for this thing to start dropping. I just realized that it's not showing up very well on the screen when I take it over to that other. Oops. Oh man. There we go. Kind of shows up a little wonky. There's the box though. Like I said, I haven't changed this since it was probably right around August when the August box failed by a day. So I had originally drawn out August's box well before we ever got there, and I ended up being off on August by a day. It actually dropped out before the day was over and made it down to the level that it was supporting right here at around 12 or 22,000, falling between 22 and 19.4, and it's been stabilizing and supporting that second shoulder. So the shoulder, head, and shoulder pattern that we've been seeing here. Shoulder, head, shoulder. And it's hard to see, but that's just because the screen's kind of jacked up. There we go. I don't know why I would have said 15. I don't know. 15 is not even on my chart here. Like I've got 15 right here, 15. I've got nothing drawn up at 15.5. So maybe you just misheard me. I don't know. I mean, these are recorded for historical reasons. You could always go back, clip it, and post it somewhere, right? I doubt you'll do that though, because you'll find out you're wrong. I can't help it that you can't write the stuff down, man. Like it's pretty simple. You could just go back in time and see that I've got this. You could go back to any one of my live streams and see that I've had this drawn out at the same point for months now. But no. Hold on a second. I forgot. It's China's fault. China. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. It's all China's fault. China's the one that did this. They're always the ones. It's the Chinese. Jeez. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. I'll move that one. I love the fact that you are here like legitimately all day long looking for things to like call me out on, and like you have nothing. Like it's so rewarding to me. Like it is so absolutely rewarding to me to know that you have to spend hours upon hours upon hours of your time waiting for me to goof up or say something that you think is wrong, and yet you can't find anything. You're just, like, you're stabbing in the dark. It is so funny, dude. Like, it is so funny. Like, I like legit, like, that is hysterical to me. I control your life. I control your life, and that's what's funny to me. That's so hysterical, dude. Like, legit, like, that is absolutely, like, that is power, man. That is true power, that I control your life that much. Off exchange right now, currently at 50.8%. EDGX currently at 12.03. Combined total is 62.83% of our volume going through those two off exchanges. All the rest of these people here that are here by choice. And yet you're here because I control you. That's power, man. That is true power. Everybody else is by choice. 54.85 going through off exchange for Ape, and EDGX is at 18.58 for a grand total 73.43% going through those two off exchanges. That is really, really high. According to Ortex, an hour ago, there was 10.19 million shares having been returned for the day-to-day. It's actually dropped a little bit to 10.07. That won't really have much of an effect on short share interest of the free float, but that's at 18.74 right now. Cost to borrow is at 17.91. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 186.08 million shares, which is down 1.7 million shares day over day. And I'm guesstimating about 930,000 of that is in closed short interest. Borrowed change on Ape an hour ago was showing 114,000 shares, is now 348,000 shares. That's going to have increasing effect on short share interest of the free float to 6.01%. Cost of borrow average at 6.61. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 34.63 million shares. Day over day, that is a million shares. A million shares less in short interest that was closed out. That is bullish. Oh, wait, I took it back to the other page too soon. Options. Highest amount of call options is currently at a $16 strike price. It increased from 91 contracts to 179. And on puts at a $12 strike, that is no longer the highest strike price. It is now 11 with 234 contracts. It was 131 at 12 earlier. So market insinuating that there may be a closing price somewhere between $11 and $16 before the end of the week. We do know that max pain is set at 10. Combined price of AMC and APE is currently at $13.12. You won't see me get any credit, guys. You won't see any credit. Even though I control Flat Earth's life, you won't see any credit for breaking points like this when I draw signals on where we may be breaking down. Even though this was completely related to, news outside of the market, still managed to capture that and predict where that was going to happen. But you won't see any credit for that, though. Like, none. I won't get any credit for that. And that's okay. I'm all right with that. I know that I control Flat Earth, and that's the best part. AMC and APE. AMC and GME actually fell off the list of the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. Oh no, GME made it in 30th. They're in at 30th with 61% buy to 38% sell ratio. So they actually have bare minimum that I like to see for buy sell ratio. Ape is coming in here at 71% buy to 28% sell ratio. That's looking pretty strong. That's great. SSR price, trigger price for AMC for the day today is $8.26. For Ape, it's 4.203. Looks like they did return some shares earlier and then borrowed them right back again, 100 shares. 16.2% is the total fees for borrowing. NASDAQ is down 1.25, Dow Jones is down 1.48, and the S&P 500 is down 1.45. The market is absolutely looking atrocious. Watch out, it's hot. Hot lava, don't burn your feet. 5,371 decliners to 1,514 advancers. The VIX is down 6.87%. VTI is down, or sorry, up. I always say down on that one because I know it's market's going down if it's going up. VTI is down 1.52, IWD is down 1.77, Tesla is down 0.34, Amazon is down 2.42, Cinemark is down 2.42, Doge is down, or up rather, 0.29, Bitcoin is down 3.3, GME is down 4.45, HYMC is down 8.65, Hood is down 2.53, NCMI is down 5.13, Ape is down 7.07, and AMC is down 4.9%. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently 700,000 shares, or $700,000 more in outflow than inflow, with 12.2 million shares traded so far for the day today. And let's see what kind of pace we're on. Let's see here. We're on pace for about 16 million shares by the end of the day today. And in pre-market, I suggested 10 to 30 million by the end of the day. So it looks like we'll hit that. On the hourly, on Vortex indicator and RSI, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.57, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.36, which is oversold. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.61, which is below average, and having a double dip into the oversold signal for the day today. On APE, there's currently $1 million more in inflow than outflow. We're on pace for 7.85 million shares by the end of the day today. That's definitely lower than what it was an hour ago. And I'm actually going to get... Hey, Flat Earth, you didn't mention this one. I get this one wrong. I'm probably going to get this one wrong here. You should mention this. I predicted in the pre-market, due to pre-market volume that was elevated, somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares by the end of today. It's looking like we're going to see actually lower volume than that. It's looking like it's going to come in at around 7, maybe almost 8 million shares by the end of the day today. I own that. I own the fact that I'm wrong on that. That's definitely wrong. Taking a look at Vortex indicator and RSI for 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.3, which is signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 25.16, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 31.58 after having double dipped into oversold signal on RSI for the day. Synthetic price failure occurs at $8.65. We're very, very close to that on AMC. And on APE, we are getting close to an SSR trip at 4.203. But we are not there yet. I'm going to go ahead and log the new value for the new low. And let's see here. With that, with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. If I was Pinocchio, Flat Earth, your girlfriend would be jealous. Oh man. It is kind of curious. Like, I do wonder. See, Etherizings. I hope I'm saying your name right, by the way, because you're kind of. I feel like you're sort of kind of new to the comment section in here. But you said, oh no, 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 Tom actually said it. I'm with you, Tom. How much are you making per post in this chat? Like, those are the kind of questions I actually think about. I think about those kind of things. I go like, I wonder how much they're really making in here. Like, does each one of those posts make them money? Sammy says, Casey, who's selling, please? I don't think that it's retail. I'm having a difficult time seeing some of the numbers. I do think that we probably have probably a lower sell or lower buy the sell ratio than what I'd like to see, but I can't see it because it's not showing up on the list on Fidelity. But we can take a look tomorrow. I think institutions are selling right now. MG Toe says, hey Casey, I learned something last night. If you compare XLRE with SPY, you will notice that they track each other closely. If they deviate in one direction, there's a big problem. Hayden, I just read what you had me going there. I was reading what you said, Hayden. I was like, oh, that's kind of weird for him to be saying. Like, that was going through my mind. I was going like, Hayden just had like a weird change, and then he says, nah, screw the hedgies. Oh man, that's funny. Astro wants you to go back to bed. Yeah, Sammy, I'm missing Chan Chan too, man. I really am missing Chan Chan. I have been waiting for you to say that, Flat Earth. I've actually really, really been. I've been longing for you to mention this. I'll tell you what, buddy. I can't wait to do this. I can't wait. I've been waiting for this moment. This is the moment that I've been waiting for you to call me out. I tell you what. I'll tell you what. You and I are going to have a competition every single morning. You get to do a prediction on volume, your prediction, and you can do it to within the 20 million range. And we'll see how often you get it right compared to how often I get it right. And we're going to do that on a daily basis for however long you want to. We could have like we could have like some kind of like you win 10 times more than I do, you win and I lose. Or if I win, I get to ban you for life and no more. I've been waiting for this, man. I have been waiting for this for a long time. I've been waiting for you to call me out on my volume predictions. I feel really confident on those, and I can't even express to you like how much I would love to make this bet go through. So I'll tell you what. You predict within a 20 million, you get the same range I get, and if it's over 150 million, you get a 30 million spread, right? So anything over 100 million, you get a 30 million spread. If it's under 100 million, anything under 150 million, you get 20 million spread, and then you get to do it too. You get to do it, and then we'll see who wins. I'll let you come up with the terms. Like if you get it right 5 more times than I do, then I don't know. You can come up with some terms, and I'll let you know if I agree or not. I did check out Pitch Meeting. I did check it out, Easter Beast, and I actually showed it to my son too. I thought it was funny. My son didn't think it was funny at all. I thought it was funny, but I could only handle like maybe two or three of them before I was like, okay, that's enough. Because it was kind of like the same kind of like humor each one of them, so I was just kind of I couldn't take too many of those. Yes, yes, Flat Earth does have to predict first. And not only does he have to predict first myself, but he also has to tell us how he's coming up with his prediction. He has to tell us how he's coming up with his prediction because I think that I've trained people well enough now to where somebody could just simply copy what it is that I do, and potentially come up with the same exact numbers, or maybe even get it a little bit better than I do too. Please rewind, Casey, and listen to exactly what you said about volume today. Why? What did I say exactly about it? Did I say that there was a chance that it would be lower and that I might end up being wrong, but I was going to go with it because I had to stick to my guns to what, the elevated volume? Curtis said 15K. Curtis said 15K this weekend in the chat. Ah, see, this is where it gets interesting. See, this is the reason that see this is the point that I'm trying to make, right? Flat Earth wants me to be wrong so bad that he's willing to take somebody else's prediction and say that I said that prediction. That's how badly he wants me to be wrong. But only because it fits his narrative. If it fits his narrative and he gets to try to be right about something, then yeah. But I never would have said 15K because I don't have that as a number even on my page. There's nothing even close to 15K that I can't imagine. I mean, I might have agreed and said, yeah, it could be down to 15K by then, but I've got my box sitting right here. I got my box sitting right here, but I'm expecting it to break out where my box is. I've had it here for a couple months now. I don't see any reason why I would change some of my thoughts on this. I've been saying this for quite some time. I don't know. It's pretty funny. All right. I'll tell you what, Flat Earth, if you're not here, I'm gonna put you to the challenge. I'm gonna put you to the true challenge here, Flat Earth. If you don't accept my challenge on volume predictions, I'm gonna have to kick you because I'm getting tired of it. I mean, you're kind of getting boring. Some of the things that you say are like kind of repeat things, and it's just kind of like you don't even come in here and say some of the things that are funny, like Chan Chan used to do, like Go to Dead for AMC or something. Like that was legit funny. But you're not even going to take me up on my challenge. So I don't know. I don't even know if it's worth having you around anymore. 865, guys. We hit 865. That is a synthetic price failure on AMC. Let me log it down in the notebook. $865. Oops. That is a 19.5% failure from 1075, one of our last more current highs that we had. That is a synthetic price failure. What we need to see going back up on this to see a reversal would be $9.94. We'll keep tracking this. Don't expect 865 to necessarily be the bottom. Necessarily be the bottom. There could be more, but it is a specific turnaround point that I tend to typically see as being one of the more often common ones. I'll tell you what, I'll leave it up to you guys. I'm going to go to break for like 30 minutes because I'm late going to break here. I'm going to leave it up to you guys. Let's see here. I'm going to leave it up to you guys if we should ban Flat Earth or if we should keep them for comedy reasons. Let's see here. How should I put this? I'm going to put this in favor of him. Should we keep Flat Earth around for comedy reasons? I'll let you guys decide. It's up to you. You guys are the community. You get to decide what's going to happen. You decide the fate. It's going to be really easy for him just to create another account. That's a lot of the reason why I don't usually just get rid of people, because it's just kind of pointless. It's just like they'll just go and create a new account and just, do the same thing all over again. And it's just kind of pointless and whatever. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys. I got better use of my astute analytics than to waste them with a meaningless volume prediction on a worthless stock. That sounds to me like it chickened out, and guess what? The kids have spoken. The kids have spoken, man. Bob Ross has a little saying for you here before I go to break.
Anything we don't like, we'll turn it into a happy little tree or something. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents.
You're just a happy accident. Alrighty, guys. I will see you in a little bit here. I'm going to take a little siesta. I'll be back at 2:10.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. I tried to think of a way to stay your execution from the channel. I was hoping that maybe the vote would be close enough to where I could like maybe cast a vote, a deciding vote to save you, Flat Earth. I'll tell you what though, I'm gonna toast you on your way out. Flat Earth, to the excellent comedy and times that we have spent with you. I appreciate the comedy and the rent-free space inside your head that I have taken up. But I'm gonna go ahead and respect what the community has said here, and the community has said that the comedy is not worth it. To a 54 to 45% vote from 129 people. So, any last words, Flat Earth, before you go? I'm toasting this to you. I'll let you say one last final thing before we probably see you back with another name. And I can just ban that one too. But you know what? Once you're gone, you're gone. Any final words? Last parting ways? You'll go down in history for these. These are your last words. Use them wisely. Give you a second here to kind of come up with them because I know it takes you a little while. I know normally you work with the crew to try and come up with stuff to say, but I'll give you just a second here. You can't buy a 12-pack of cheap beer with a share of AMC. Cheers to Flat Earth. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, buddy. Take care. I'm not beyond putting an F in the in the channel. I'll put an F in there. Highway Frog said no last meal. Apparently not. No last meal. Well, he's gone. I'm a little sad. Not gonna lie, guys. I'm a little sad. That it was fun. I had fun with it. I thought it was kind of funny. But you know, I don't. I gotta respect what you guys' wishes are. So wait, hold on a second. I think Bobblehead Bob Ross wants to say something here.
Now then, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this whole technique. Okay, shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it.
That's my favorite part. That's a great quote. Kathy says, let's see if we can spot him again under the new name. it won't take long. We'll see. We'll see him back. We'll probably see him back here. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. It is time. Hold on, do I have my phone? I have my phone. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. Could keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Also, while you're setting it up, consider putting 2 phone numbers in there, so in case something happens to one of your phones, you can always submit your code to another phone if your broker allows that. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing any further until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those specific comments or questions until you see the big tramp back up on the page. Let's take a look at our final numbers for the day today. I'm kind of sad, man. I'm not kind of. I'm really legitimately kind of sad here. Off exchange. I feel like I lost like a dueling partner, you know? Like it wasn't a good one, but I mean it was still a dueling partner. It's like losing a gaming buddy or something. I don't know. Off exchange. Off exchange. It's like it's like beating up on kids on the internet on a computer game. It's like real simple and easy and it's fun. But I don't know. It's whatever. 50.37 in the off exchange. EDGX was 11.89. For a grand total so far for the day today, 62.26%. Expect that to kind of drop tomorrow. When we look at the numbers, we'll probably see somewhere around like maybe 60% going through the off exchange. That's about 4% lower than what we're used to seeing. Anytime there's actual sell orders that are coming in and not a whole bunch of buy orders to compete with those sell orders, which is probably not retail, probably institutions, then this is the side of that you would see where off exchange doesn't need to have high volume because there's exceeding amounts of sell orders that are coming in. The question is who are they coming from and how much is there? Because it's really low volume today. So we moved down in price on low volume, which is not, it's kind of artificial. Taking a look at those same numbers for Ape, on the other hand, 55.18 through the off exchange and 18.26% through the CBOE EDGX, giving us a grand total of 73.44%. Volume is it's kind of average from what it's been for like the last week, and yet the off exchange volume is extremely high. I think that we've had an abnormal amount of buying pressure coming in onto Ape instead of AMC, and that's likely due to the fact the price is lower. More people are going to be able to buy the shares at these lower prices. So of course we'll take a look at the OBS tomorrow to see how that kind of fares compared to what's happening with price and see how much of that's actually selling volume. But let's take a look at the rest of the data. According to Ortex, as of an hour ago, AMC had 10.07 million shares having been borrowed. That's now 10.49. That's going to not really have much of effect on the short share interest of the free float, which is sitting at 18.72%. Cost of borrow average is at 17.88. Shares on loan, 186.08 million shares. Day over day, that's 1.7 million shares less than what we had on loan. And I'm estimating about 930,000 of that was in short interest that was closed. Taking a look at AMC. As of an hour ago, we had 348,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now down to a return of 164,000 shares. It's going to have a slight lowering of the estimated short share interest of the free float effect, with 5.87% being reported currently. Cost of borrow average is at 6.61. Shares on loans at 34.63 million shares on loan for the day today, which is a million shares less than what it was yesterday, which means a million shares of short interest were closed out. And looking at options, highest amount of call options for the day today has been at a $16 strike. I went from 179 contracts to 209 in the last hour. On puts, highest amount was at an $11 strike an hour ago with 234 contracts. It's now 285. So the market kind of insinuating that a closing price by the end of the week somewhere between $11 and $16. Today, however, the combined closing price is currently at $13.02. Orders by Fidelity customers. I don't think AMC's been on the top 30 list here at all today. Ape has, and it's currently sitting at 73% buy to 26% sell ratio. And GME was back on the list in 30th. Now it's dropped down to 29th, so it's doing a little bit better. 65% buy to 34% sell ratio. I don't know what AMC is because it's not on the list. So just low volume on orders. It's going to happen when we have low volume. SSR, we did not trip it on AMC, which was at $8.26. I don't think we tripped it on APE either. I'll have to check it out in just a minute and see, but that was 4.203. Shares available to borrow. Looks like no changes in the last hour. 16.2% was the last fee percentage. There is no shares available to borrow unless they're borrowed out of ETFs. NASDAQ is down 0.86, Dow Jones is down 1.13, and the S&P 500 is down 1.13. The market is looking nasty right now with 5,234 decliners to 1,659 advancers. Pretty nasty. VIX is up 6.09, VTI is down 1.17, IWD is down 1.47, Tesla up 0.28, Amazon is down 1.9, Cinemark down 1.72, Doge is up 0.74, Bitcoin is down 2.28, GME is down 3.94, HYMC is down 7.16, Hood is down 2.29, NCMI is down 5.3, Ape is down 8.57, and AMC is down 4.52. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we have roughly $300,000 more in outflow than inflow for the day-to-day on AMC. And currently we have traded 14.3 million shares. We're on pace for 15.84 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I think that's a pretty significant drop from where it was at earlier, but I suggested somewhere in pre-market between 10 and 30 million shares. I don't know why he couldn't just take me up on that challenge. It would have been kind of interesting to see have happen, but I don't know. Kind of weird. Buying and selling pressure. More buying pressure currently on AMC with an RSI of 34.62, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 34.38, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover on the vortex indicator occurring and RSI at 52, which is just slightly above average. Taking a look at APE, we currently have Ape did not trigger SSR at 4.23. It needed to get to 4.203. So never quite triggered. Almost. Not quite, though. And there is currently 1.1 million-ish. We'll just call it 1 million. It's close enough. 1 million more in inflow than outflow. With 6.95 million shares traded for the day today. I'm definitely going to be wrong on my volume prediction for the day today. Let's see here. 354. We're looking at about 7.65 million shares traded for the day today. I'm kind of curious to see if that even beats yesterday's volume. I'm going to feel like a real schmuck if we... No, it's not. That's not going to even beat yesterday's volume. All right. Pre-market volume did not indicate to me that we would see lower volume today than we had yesterday. So very abnormal pre-market volume. Throw me for a loop. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 23.79, which is below average, or signaling oversold. And this is now a triple dip into overselling pressure within the last 3 days. Taking a look at a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 25.83, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.31, signaling also oversold. Sorry, below average on RSI. Sorry, my bad. I don't know why I called that oversold. I know, actually, I do know why. It's because I got a text from my mom. I got a text from mom, and it distracted me, and I looked at it, and I was like, huh? Let me pull up and see what it is she said real quick here, because I don't think it's anything like seriously important, but I just want to look real quick. Give me just a second. Put this chart back the way I had it. Getting a nice little run up in the later portion of the day today. Let me see what she said real quick here. Alrighty. Let's see what you guys got. I kind of want to go back up here. I'm going to scroll up a little bit because I kind of want to read what you guys wrote. First off, I got to scroll back up and copy and paste that poll because I like saving those. Buck says you're killing your monetization. Yeah, I know, right? Somebody tell Flat Earth to go check out my super chat refund section. File his complaint. Buck said losing Flat Earth was like losing a hemorrhoid. I don't know, man. I don't know. Kathy says selling my husband's motor. Whoa, Kathy. Whoa, 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 whoa. That is going way too far there. I definitely think he will notice. Remember the golden rules, please, before you go do something like that. Point Break Thor says Casey feels like Michael did when Freudo, isn't it Freudo? Plato, when Plato is gone. TDA delaying my funding for the last 3 hours. What doing? Usually instantaneous. Interesting. Banks may be struggling, maybe. Nikki thinks tomorrow is going to be an interesting day. I'm trying to catch up to what you guys are saying here. I'm scrolling really big time right now. Oh, it just jumped. Sometimes it jumps when it gets towards the end. Oh my gosh, my dog just scared the crap out of me. Bruno, easy, easy. Uh-oh, hold on a second. I got somebody at the door. I said that. You know what's so funny is that like I knew somebody was going to be at the door the way he was acting, but I was like surprised that there was somebody at the front door. Oh, look, there's somebody at the front door. Amazing. Hmm. He is for now, Kathy, or who said that? Roseanne. He is for now, unless of course he comes back with a new name. Don't be surprised if he doesn't come back with a new name. It was a package. It was not flat Earth. I got a package. Oh man. All right. Let's see here. We got about 30 minutes left to go. The market looks entirely red as of right now. VIX is up 5.82. American Trader, can I show off your work, man? I can't imagine you'd have a problem with it, but I just want to ask. I gotta show it off because I feel like people gotta see this. I retweeted this because I thought it was so good. I was like, dang, man. You know, I'm really envious of people who have this kind of artistic capabilities. I know we all have our own, um, special things in life that we're good at. Some people are, great at music. Some people good at art. Some people good at being trolls. Just you never know what you're gonna get. There's some people suck at it and they think that they're good, but you never know what you're gonna get. But one of the things here that American Trader just posted was what was the title on this? The title on this is "A Night Out with CEO Adam at the Movies," and you got the ape here with he looks like he's kind of tugging or holding on to Adam Aaron's, or what I perceive to be Adam Aaron's. This does look like it could potentially be Hot Koch. I would imagine Hot Koch being the kind of guy that would wear this red outfit more than I do Adam Aaron, but I'm pretty sure this was meant to be Adam Aaron. And dude, I love this, man. I think legit. I'm not even kidding. I'm gonna tell you all what my son saw when he saw the picture that American Trader did for my profile pic. When he saw that, he said, "You need to give that guy a promotion." So of course I laughed and I was like, I don't even know if I can I is there such a thing as giving promotions? I was like, I don't really know if there's anything like that whatsoever, but maybe there is. I don't know. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Um, but I thought it was a really cool picture. I was like, man, that is so. I'm looking at that on the screen right now, and it looks kind of jacked up. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can't. I'm looking at. I think that it warped the picture a little bit because of the way I have the screen set up. Let me see if this doesn't look better when I put it up here. There we go. That's a little bit better. I I truly and honestly would frame something like this and put it up in my house somewhere. I've got a wall of he doesn't even realize yet. He doesn't even realize yet. That's so funny. That's hilarious. I don't know if you guys are laughing as hard as I am about this, but he doesn't even realize that he's got a wrench next to his name now. that, that cracks me up, man. That cracks me up. Thanks, man. I'm not. First off, I'm just going to tell the rest of y'all. This is temporary, American Trader. Very, very temporary. I'm just telling y'all, the rest of y'all, don't expect because you're going to give me something like that or give me a picture or do something amazing within the community that I'm just going to hand you a wrench. This is probably just very temporary. But you know, I can't, I had to throw that in there, a wrench, without even saying anything, just because my son said you got to promote that guy because they are pretty slick. Some of the art that you do in there. I think it's amazing, man. I wish I had that kind of talent. I really do. I know mine is in music and numbers, but I'll tell you what, man. Sometimes I would trade my music and my numbers for that kind of ability. What is going on here? Why is AMC not? Why are those numbers not popping up here? I used to have this problem a long time ago, and now it's. What is going on here? Give me one second, guys. I got to figure out why Stonk isn't showing up here. What the heck, man? There we go. What that shit. All right. I don't know why. I used to have problems with Stonka Tracker showing up, and then I fixed it. Now it's wrong again. I didn't take it away yet, Diaz. American Trader says I don't like the pressure. Take it away. Let's just let it sit there for a little while and see what happens. Buck the Nar says, "Give me a wrench, I can fart show tunes." That is pretty talented, though. You know, specifically if you can fart the show tune for when Nicole Kidman shows up on the screen, and it's got the. Can you do the little preview thing that it does for Nicole Kidman when she comes walking in? That would be impressive. Tell you what, on the very last day that I do the live stream, I'll just start handing out wrenches to everybody. Give everyone a wrench. Does anybody know what? Does anybody have any inkling as to what Vladimir Putin's going to say when he gets up and starts talking? Hold on a second. I'm going to look it up. "25 minutes ago, I'm on a live stream. I think it's a live stream. No, this isn't live. It says stream starting soon, but I don't see any. It's like an hour and 30 minutes, or hour 42 minutes of nothingness. So I don't know. I just got trolled twice. Same one. Hey, American Trader, I think it's cool stuff, man. Know what to tell you. Jeff says Casey Shaw going all Oprah with the wrenches. Casey, it was canceled till tomorrow? No. Are you serious? That's crazy. So we're gonna get the 75 basis points, and we're gonna get Vladimir Putin. Putin. He's Putin the news conference to tomorrow. That's what he's doing. He's Putin it. Nah, those aren't painted. Those can't. If he painted those, I'm buying that. I'm straight up buying that, like right now. Like legit. If you paint it, there's no way you painted that. There's no way. There's no way. If you painted that, I'm buying it. Did you paint it? Don't tell me you painted it. Okay. All right. Yeah. See, yeah. I was like, man, dude, there's no way that was an actual paint job. There's no way. It was just way too like. It's perfect. It's perfect looking. Sam says strategy would be for China to mobilize into Taiwan tomorrow as well. You know, if you seriously and honestly, if you want to really cause the U.S. to have to look two different directions at the same time, you're not wrong. The idea that they would invade into Taiwan at the same time that Russia would launch another forward offense or offense move into Ukraine. Um, that That's very likely, very very likely. American Trader, dude. I'm not trying to, I'm not taking away from the fact that it is very very difficult to do digital art as well as it is to do real painting. So I'm not trying to take away from that at all. But I mean, if it looked that good and it was a painting, you know what I'm saying? Like that would have been like really impressive because it looks sharp. Lauren Culp says, "What are your thoughts on HYMC?" I see a lot of manipulation in the market right now, to the point to where the things that are wait, let me just check something real quick here. Let me just check. Let me give it back to you on that. Let me check something out. I always forget the yeah. So pull up something else. So one of the problems that I have right now in our market is commodities. Commodities decreasing in value as the market is decreasing in value. I think that's very unusual. Yeah, see, I don't get this. Hmm. I just don't. I think it smells fishy. That's what I'm gonna say about it. I think this really smells fishy. I'm pulling up one more thing here. Actually, I'm gonna pull up two more things. There's two different things that I think are really fishy about this, and one of them, in regards to the commodities, if commodities are heading down, oil's down 1.55, um, gold's down, silver's down. Like, why? Why are those prices down? And then to top it off, right? Hold on a second. Let me check this other one real quick here. Then to top it off, you've got cryptocurrencies down, right? Why such down movement? Why is there so much down movement in the entire market? I don't understand. Like, just doesn't make sense. And I really feel like what's happening here is you're seeing across the board, you are absolutely watching live people in all different sectors of the market being turned in or being turned into essentially bag holders across the board. So if you wanted to know what true um, inflated prices look like as they started to crash in value, this would be it. This is what it would look like. Like, commodities lose value, cryptocurrencies lose value, securities lose value, everything starts losing value because they're creating a bunch of bag holders. Because the money's got to come from someplace, right? So, somebody's going to have to bite the bullet on this. So that's, in my opinion, that's kind of what I'm seeing. Um, that's what I'm seeing. Etherizings says, American Trader, beautiful feeling emanating from this. What a nice gift you have and you gave. Thank you, Painted Music. Man, I don't know where you've been, Etherizings, all this time. Why haven't you been here sooner? Why did it take you so long to find this place? Welcome to the community. With one fail swoop, we've gotten rid of a bad apple, and with one fail swoop, we brought in a good apple. Diaz says Ford and GM are going bankrupt. It's been reported. Food Dog says, no one gave us a play, we took it. Dude, it's so true. It is so true, dude. Like, you're not even, like, that is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, in 9 words. You need an exclamation point at the end of that. No one gave us a play, we took it. That is, like, I'll make a shirt out of that. No one gave us a play, we took it. I'm copying that. I'm using it. I'm also putting your name down because sometimes I don't always put people's names down, so I don't remember who puts it. But I'm adding exclamation points and saying that that's mine now. No, I'm just kidding. I'll give you credit. But seriously, though, it's so true. No one gave us a play, and we took it. We took a play, and we're here to stay. Ooh, even better. We took a play. We're here to stay. Yep, they're going to pay out. I think I'm destroying this chair. I keep leaning back in it, and then when I go back to lean up, it like creaks. It's starting to sound like my doors in this house. Yo says, Lone Culp, if you want a good scoop on HYMC, check out Pantheon's channel on YouTube. He breaks it down way down. Good info to draw your own conclusions from. I'm actually going to do a piece on Thursday, I think, about HYMC. So, stay tuned for that. I think. Maybe. I keep squeaking this chair. Roseanne Garb says, if you took an educated guess, how many people paper-handed? I don't know. It's at what point, and then did they buy back in? That's the real question, Roseanne. Did they paper hand and then buy back in at some point? I think that's a very strong possibility, and I actually think that there's evidence to prove that. But I have no idea though. I mean, I don't even know that I can put out an educated guess on that. It's so hard to try and define something like that. Part of the problem is too, Roseanne, is that because we don't get the 13F filings or 13G filings, either one of those for like months after the fact of the trades from institutions actually occurred, we never actually know who's selling. We just know that somebody is selling. For example, like today, more than likely we'll see a little bit of downwards momentum in OBV, and the question will end up being is who sold today, and we'll be wondering that question until a month and a half from now. Well, let me see here. Hold on a second. Actually, that's not true. 13F filings for 9/20 would be due. Hold on a second. I gotta pull up my calendar. Those might not be due. September, October. Those might be due mid-November. We might not even get those until mid-November. So, you know what I'm saying? So it's like really difficult to kind of like go backwards in time and look at it and say like who sold during those periods of time. And that's why I like to look at the daily buy versus sell ratios on orders from retail on Fidelity, because then it kind of gives me like an idea. I can go like, okay, well, nobody's selling right now, guys. We're all buying this dip right now. And then when you see that somebody did sell, you can go, oh, okay, well, guess what? It wasn't retail. with such low volume, we're not even making it into the top 30 on orders. So I can't even tell you because I can't see the information unless Fidelity reports it in the top 30. Actually, you know what? I've never actually checked to see if you. Hold on a second. Let me check and see if I. Oh, I might be able to check this out actually. Do they have a new feature now? We can check out a single stock. No, I don't want that. Hmm. I don't think it's possible to pull it up on. I don't know. I have to go through all the data that Fidelity puts out on it on an individual stock to look through it all and see if they have a buy sell ratio for the day. I don't see one listed. One second. They have a social sentiment score on Fidelity. I don't think I've ever seen this before. It's kind of funny. I wonder how they get that. But no, I don't see a buy sell ratio on AMC unless it makes that list. Yeah, I don't see anything. Kind of sucks. I know, right? Yo says who would sell for a loss. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. It makes more sense to me when we see low buy to sell ratios as prices moving up. That always makes more sense to me. It really does. Like I really feel like on these big downward swings like this, it's usually institutions that are selling their positions more than anybody. So ooh, myself, no cheeseburger and milk for me. That one I would pass on. Oh, son of a gun, you're not wrong. Mo, thank you for letting me know. I totally lost track of time there. I was having too much fun trying to look up that information. It is that time of the day. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest, because tomorrow is another trading day. It's Drinky Drink Wednesday. Happy Hump Day, too. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, and maybe walk your pets, because they do like to get out, too. But the movie theaters do like your attendance, and so does that popcorn. It likes being eaten. But above all else, guys, don't have a good day. Have a great day. I got left behind. I can't find it. Where'd my van go? Ah!
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
As your child